Ladies and gentlemen, before we get started, I wanted to share something that amused me. So, obviously, AI sucks. Um, but I decided to have an AI-generated review of this game just because it amuses me. And obviously, these are just based off of existing reviews. But the reason I wanted to share this is because it reminded me of why most reviews suck. Let me use a specific example. Let's review the gameplay. The game features a vast, destructible environment, allowing for creative strategies in completing objectives. Players can choose from multiple characters, each with unique abilities and traits. The gameplay is marked by a mix of vehicle-based and on-foot action, providing a dynamic experience. Now, the problem with everything I just said is I didn't say anything. It's also arguably a lie, but let's not get into that. No information has been conveyed. Like, this is a game where you have vehicles and on foot, and you have multiple characters who have different traits, and that's it, right? Like, there's no actual information being conveyed. There's no review. I might as well just say this is a video game that has controls. This game controls with controllers that enable you to press buttons and make things happen. No actual review is happening, and this is the thing that irritates me so much about this. For example, and here's another thing. While the game was well received for its open world design and engaging mechanics, doesn't say anything about the open world design, doesn't say anything about which mechanics. Some criticize the AI and occasional bugs. Doesn't say what the AI does wrong, doesn't say what the bugs are. However, the overall experience remains enjoyable and captures the chaotic essence of mercenary work. It's meaningless, right? It's well, I don't know if it's well, but it's very patterned. God, don't tell me about it. It's that kind of drivel we've been hearing for 30 years. I've heard reviews like that going all the way back to the magazine's days. And it always used to irritate me because, again, there's no information. There's no review. It's just, yeah, I liked it. 3 out of 10. Okay. Do you have any real information? No. 3 out of 10. Okay.
掃除ま조심해서가
Really? This game engages in activities that you can do.
Best keep your mouth shut when you meet the boss. Okay, now we can get something done, eh? And no one will know it was us. Except you and me, right, mercenary? Someone, the Chinese, the South Koreans, have spies in my ranks. I'm not sure who it is, but I have some men I suspect. Kill them all, just to be sure.
Sure. I will kill all of your men.
These guys they send me, idiots, all of them. No one I can trust around here except you and Yosef.
I am not loyal to you.
I have some refinements to add to Sergei's offer. Watch for an email from me.
I don't think so, Judo Joker. Wait, no, we did. Yes, we did. They said it was like Russian, 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 Godfather, Russian, 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 Russian. Yes, you are very loyal to me, mercenary. I mean, as long as your pocketbook holds out, I'll do a lot. Yeah, that's exactly exactly. I like parts of this game.
Or does Sergei seem a little crude, even for a mafia boss?
He's so out of his league, he doesn't even realize. The real brains of their operation is Yosef.
Well, I'd watch out for him, too. I'm forwarding you an email. Yosef is personally offering a bonus if you can finish this job quietly. Yosef just gave you access to a support item he thought you might find useful. I've identified the Allied officer for you. Looks like he's giving a press conference. Don't let the journalists see you take him out.
Okay. Well, let's get some war music going on here. Exactly, Dark Day. I don't know. Yeah, unlike some people, I can point to specific things I like in this game because I have a point system. Pluses and minuses. By the way, good morning, Drakaji, Trihexia, Dark Day, Blade Tavol, Judo Joker, Zach Taft, and that's it!
Наемник.
Hang on. I should probably officially throw up the cheat flag. We are well into using save states territory. I was also jotting down a few thoughts last night, so the document's actually pretty up to date. Well, I was going to, Zactef, but then you told me to. And now I've got to be contrarian. Thanks, Zactef. God. Hey, Dragon Player. How's your day going?
Okay, I'm on my way.
I was just debating in my head. This is going to sound like a weird statement. You know how in Just Cause 2, you can just buy equipment and it's just dumped wherever you are? And that probably sounds familiar because that's what happens here. And I've been debating if that's positive worthy in and of itself. Hey, Wenlock. Okay, so I don't know how to use a sniper rifle. So we're going to try to interact with... Nope, that is not how you use a sniper rifle. Okay. Nope. 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 Aha! Maybe. Hey, here we go. Okay. Hey, Yura. How's your day going?
I don't think that's what Yosef had in mind by quietly.
How did that...
Looks like the press conference is wrapping up and the Allied officer...
So anyways, let's try that again.
Some soldiers shall lay waste your pathetic armies.
Беги! Черт!
Rundown, 3 to go. I've identified the prisoner for you. He appears to be in an SK vehicle moving at high speed. I wonder where they're headed in such a hurry.
Oh, God. I gotta do it to a moving target. Excuse me. It's okay, we got a technical. How far away is he? He's a little bit far away. Ironically, one of my biggest... when does the game actually save? So whenever you're not in a mission, you can manually save Pitkiss. If you fail a mission, and that includes like the big missions and the small missions, like we're on a small mission right now, you can
Identified the SK officer. SK forces appear to have secured the entire area. It seems like they were waiting for the arrival of the NK prisoner.
You can restart at the beginning of the mission.
They're loading the prisoner onto the chopper.
The
The SK officer is getting on board the
that's gotta be good.
helicopter.
I can't even see the helicopter.
동지들 도와줘!
It's quite a...
Don't let that
And-
chopper get too far, or it's contract cancelled.
Guys, stop. Okay, so anyways, so then we died. This is our want.
Fantastic news.
Then we restarted the entire dungeon all over again from the beginning.
Cruel and ruthless commander, also known as
Game. Game.
I've identified the SK officer. SK forces appear to have secured the entire area.
Наемник.
They're loading the prisoner onto the chopper.
Damn, I can't actually see them.
The SK officer is getting on board the helicopter.
Oh god, get out of mode! Ah!
Don't let that chopper get too far, or it's contract cancelled. I can't track the target if you don't keep him in close range. Remember, we only get paid if we nail all 4 of them. You're about to lose the target. Damn, we lost him.
Anyways. He had a pet monkey in The Godfather? I haven't seen that film since I did The Room on it, but I don't remember there being a monkey. I don't know. What can we do to 47 to make him a likable character? Because it's kind of a point of the character that he's not likable or
I've identified the
a
SK
character.
officer. SK forces appear to have secured the entire area. It seems like they were waiting for the arrival of the NK prisoner. I don't think that's what Yosef had in mind by quietly.
Shut up. You've got to be kidding me.
They're loading the prisoner onto the chopper.
You've got to be kidding me.
The SK officer is getting on board the helicopter. Good work, you're halfway there. There you go, only one target left. I've identified the Chinese tank commander. I think he's on patrol in one of his tanks.
Yeah, 47 isn't a character. That's a major part of his character. More so than usual for a PC.
Well, that can't be good.
Yeah, I don't think I have an answer to you, Dark Day. The only way we can make 47 more of a likable character is to make him more of a character, which is to defeat the point of the character. Yeah, the voice acting is legit, and I'll never disparage that. But it reminds me of, well, Snake, honestly.
가고 당신의 도움을 받지 않습니다.
在天堂里的名字是什么？趴下！
That was the last target. Mission Bounty is being transferred as we speak.
I don't know, the Sam Fisher thing certainly works for Sam. And does add some needed humanization for him. But, That's true, Dark Day. Corso's another good example of that. Tell me about Corso's personality without talking about his voice actor. Now, interesting enough, Garrett has a bit of personality going for him. Well, missions like the one I just did are not working for me, and I can point very specifically to why. It's because there's a little bit of trial and error involved in a mission that has a relatively tight,
你哋而家快啲撤退啦，仲有命！
failure window, I think is what I want to call that. Whoops. You didn't know what you were doing. Start the whole mission over again. The timer isn't really relevant. Not really. I think I hate to keep saying this because I feel like it's just a broken record here. But like the mission I just did, I don't mind having multiple methods to accomplish the objective. I don't mind having multiple vectors of entry. I don't mind knowing what the hell you're doing, right? Walking in. There's a reason we call it hitmanning. It's like, oh, let's just run in, see what's what, and then make a plan of action from that, right? There's nothing wrong with that inherently. But when I'm hitmanning, when I'm dead, I just hit reload, and 3 seconds later, I'm right back into where I was, right? Here, like here, let's demonstrate. Let me actually demonstrate. So let's pop a save here, and then let's reload here, okay? So I have just killed the first guy with the sniper rifle. I have to charge up and get this guy, and I'm running into barriers everywhere. Oh no, I'm screwing up. I'm screwing up because the fences are made of Kevlar in this setting. And it's taking me so long to get there, so I'm running behind, right, like you actually saw me doing. I was hoping to actually wipe out there, but whatever. So I'm running behind, I'm running behind, I'm running behind. And I'm starting to freak out more and more because I haven't even seen the target yet. The target's almost at the airstrip right now. Keep in mind, we're supposed to do this quietly, right?
SK forces appear to have secured
But it's too late. It's too late to do it quietly, so we have to rush in.
onto the chopper.
I'll get him.
I
Roar.
don't think that's what Yosef had in mind by...
Oh god, they're shooting me.
The SK officer
They're shooting me
is
because... Okay, so there goes my vehicle, but that's okay. That's
Good
okay,
work,
we'll just
you're
switch to
halfway
this.
there.
I got
Don't let that
this.
chopper get too far, or its
Get
contract
back here,
cancelled.
chopper.
That can't...
Oh no. That's fun. This is happening. Ignore. And we're dead.
Don't keep
Right?
them in close range. Remember, we only get paid if we nail all 4 of them.
So now we have a loading screen. "26 seconds of load screen.
Is it just me, or does Sergei seem a little crude, even for a mafia boss?
Now,
He's so out of his league, he doesn't even realize. The real brains of their operation is Yosef.
Well, I'd watch out for him, too.
now we have to do the first objective again.
I'm forwarding you an email. Yosef is personally offering a bonus if you can finish this job quietly. Yosef just gave you access to a support item he thought you might find useful. I've identified the allied officer for you. Looks like he's giving a press conference. Don't let the
Now,
journalist...
keep in mind, we don't have to do this, but even if we do this like completely loudly, like I just did. Hang on, I thought I'd be there by now, honestly. Oh my god.
I can't track the target if you don't...
Oh my god.
Close range. Remember,
Okay, pretend we killed him.
nail all 4 of them.
Just bear with me. Pretend we killed him. And that is about 3.5 minutes? I actually
Damn,
lost
we
track.
him. That's it, we've blown this one. Get out of there.
And that's the time to reset. 3.5 minutes to get back to where I was. That's the problem. Or I could do this, and I'm right back where I was. Make sense? Now, I know that a PS2 game can't do load states. That makes sense. But the ability to, have some kind of a freaking checkpoint after objectives, or the ability to save in mission, would completely smooth over all of these issues. And don't tell me you can't save the state of a world during a mission, because again, those kind of saves have existed since Doom. So, don't give me that nonsense. If Doom could pull it off, and much more impressively than what you're talking about, you can too. Does that make sense, Blade? Or not Bladefall? Does that make sense, Judo Joker? That's the issue I have with missions like that.
Take cover!
The mission itself, it's kind of hard to judge because the whole time I'm just like, ah! And that's why we fully committed to just using save states and saying, screw it. Nobody here wants to see me do a legitimate playthrough of this, except possibly you. But that's why I asked you about that yesterday. And yeah, this is 2005. We have long since figured out how to do quick saves. I'll use another example, Half-Life 1. Another game that predates this by several years, which has the ability to do very smart quick saves and quick loads. If that's not sufficient, well, there's a game that came out 1 year after this that has really smart quick saves and quick loads. And by smart, I mean, like, it'll keep track of even minute details in the world state. That would be Oblivion, by the way. And of all the things you can level in Oblivion, you can't say that they were, in terms of programming and code, ahead of the curve.
Best keep your mouth shut when you meet the boss.
That's an interesting question, Blade Jamal.
Okay, now we can get something done, eh? And no one will know it was us, except you and me, right, mercenary? There's this reporter. He wants to know things about my operation. He keeps telling me he knows where the Queen of Diamonds is. He'll tell me if I give him an exclusive. Hey, what do I care about these queens and kings, eh? You tell him I sent you. He'll tell you where the Queen of Diamonds is. Then, make sure he never bothers me again. You know what they say. Curiosity killed the cat.
And satisfaction brought him back.
You're doing well so far. Sergei might not know how valuable you are, but I do.
That's terrifying. I'm doing alright, Spartan. Skipped most of breakfast because I had to, but I had a few things. Good morning, Evo. And you are absolutely right, Blade Taval. There's definitely a PS1 and PS2 issue with regards to mid-mission checkpointing and saves, which also bled over a little bit into the N64 and the GameCube. 9 a.m. Eastern is supposed to be the standard start time, but we're in the flexible schedule, which means 9 to 10. So whenever I'm ready to go, we're ready to go. You'll notice most of the games I just mentioned that allow for proper saves are PC games.
Me nervous. Remember Exop's policy.
Don't get caught.
Now, before we continue, Leitval does ask a fascinating question. So, we have to find another game that's on the PS2 specifically that allows for a reasonably well-designed save system. Unfortunately, I'm in the middle of this stupid trial. Oh god. It's also the only save I have. Great. Oh my god, come on. Hi, Loner. Yeah, this is the first puzzle, so good news is this won't take long, which is why I'm persisting here. I hate these dungeons so much. Actually, this is the PS2 version. Which is the point. Boy, I swear I'll stop wasting your time in a minute. Probably more like 5 minutes, I'm going to be honest with you. Oh yeah, feel those Resident Evil camera changes. Oof. Oh god, oh god. There we go. FF10 or FF10-2? Dark Day? That's actually a tough one. Yes, FF10 was very early PS2. It was almost a launch title. It was intended to be a launch title, might be a better way to phrase that sentence. Hey, Giga. Yep, I'm playing a mercenary of Besaid. Oh, 10 or 12? 12. Even though 12's outro, which starts pretty early, 12 has very bad Sunshine Syndrome. But I still think 12 is a more complete product and a more interesting game than 10. Hey, Darkrai. No, Giga Pudding? Hang on. This is a legitimate thing I'm curious about because... Well, honestly, because this is going to establish some precedents right here. Ten's combat system is better, but 12's encounter design is better. And 12 generally has better boss design, too. Twelve is also less frustrating on several levels. Little things that you normally wouldn't actually think about. For example, there's not really a lot of reliable AoE healing in 10, but quite a few bosses who rely on AoE attacks. Stuff like that.
Hey!
She looks so terrible here. Okay. Hypothetically, we should be able to skip starting the next cutscene. Nope, I'm wrong. Okay. Wait, hang on. We just need to not talk to Waka. Whatever. Now, FF10 is notorious for not having skippable cutscenes. They had to mod in skippable cutscenes in FF10 for speedrunning because of how much of a problem it was. Yes. Waka literally just dragged me into a cutscene. Yeah, sure, whatever. No, Dark Day. At least they didn't. The one we played didn't. They re-added skippable cutscenes to Kingdom Hearts 1, but not to FF10. Yes, girl. We get it. Oh my god. Stay away from the summoner! Yeah, it's funny because if you're actually looking at the PS2 version, you really can tell just how early PS2 this is.
Stay up.
Oh, I'm sorry. And that, as they say, is that.
Good.
You ready for a dumb dream that serves no real purpose other than to be a dream? Like, usually, I understand that dreams are dreams. But, like, that's in real life. Dreams have to serve a purpose when they show off a dream in fiction. So what is the purpose of showing off this dream in FF10? If you say so, Darkrai. I think we could have figured out that he has daddy issues already. In fact, there's actually an earlier scene that does a much better job of conveying that he has daddy issues. Hey, we're here. It's the one where he looks up, sees the picture of his dad, and just scowls at it, immediately followed by a voiceover by the person on the radio talking about his dad. Okay, so... Boom! I have actually just made my point. Now, I know that's a save point, but from a purely programming and technical perspective, all that was involved in saving was that. Boom. Done. That took like 3 seconds. And remember, this is PS2 hardware. You've seen how long it takes. Like, I can actually demonstrate this. Because it has to emulate, the PS2 save card as well. So hang on. Let me show off what I mean by that. Hang on. Here we go. So, if I go to save here, that's the difference. And that's not terrible. I'm not trying to say that Mercenaries save time is terrible. What I'm trying to point out is that the save time is relative to the code of the game, not the emulator. Make sense? I've actually seen several PS2 games that have really long save times, and several that have pretty fast ones. And it depends on how it's designed, how it's programmed, right? And yeah, FF7 on the PS1 is actually a pretty good example of a game that took way too long to load, or to save. And load, really.
Наемник.
Like, cling, 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 cling. And yeah, that's why I specifically pulled up a PS2 game to showcase what a PS2 saving is. So, like, the point I'm trying to reach here is that the save system itself in this game is actually fine. It's just boop, boop, grab a save here, and we're done. The problem I have is the fact that you can't save in mid-mission. Really, the inordinate quantity of my problems with this game boil down to that single point. So, back over here, or no, sorry, back over here. Shoot, where were we? I think this is right. Yeah, meet with the journalist. This is right, this is right.
Short.
Anyways. Yeah, you notice the save option is just gone now. But if there is some technical limitation of preventing you from saving mid-mission, I am not aware of it. I'm sure there's some hurdles that would have to be solved for such a thing to be possible, though. I am. Like, that would make sense. But again, save systems a decade before this system even came out, or rather, before this game even came out, had the ability to save the literal position and velocity of projectiles in the air. Right? In a game like this is off the top of my head, what I would imagine would happen is you would save the state of where you're at in the mission, probably your own status, like whatever's currently attached to you. So that would be, shut up. So that would be like vehicle, location, loadout, you know, whatever kit you have on you, and ammo count, stuff like that. And that's probably it, but also like the current state of the specific objective, right? Or maybe make it so that you can save, you know, after an objective, or it pops a save after an objective. That would be relatively easy to do. Like, as soon as, in the previous mission, as soon as I snipered the one guy during the press conference, save, check, save, check, done. And then I can move forward. Probably as an option, because that would get irritating otherwise, but you get the idea. What would most likely happen is most of the generic scripts would keep happening generically around you, which is why you'd probably want to do a specific save at a mission objective point, because that's when the new script starts, right?
Oh, the Queen has been smuggling weapons into and out of the area. But the Allies have all the roads blocked off and they own the air, so how he's doing it is a mystery.
미국 CIA가 당신 군대로 우리를 싸웁니다. 우리는 목숨을 걸고 막아야 합니다.
And I am sorry, Judo Joker. I apologize.
开火！走这里。
Наемник.
进攻！
No, it's worth looking into, because if we establish a precedent where we cannot give negatives to the method by which saving or checkpointing works in the PS2, that is something that needs to be considered. But I do think it's fair to go ahead and give that negative, because I do think it's a doable thing. Like, I know I described it vaguely, but think of it this way. Target starts here and goes through animation loop X, Y, and Z, and that's it. Like, that's the script for the beginning of the mission we just did, the previous one. As soon as target is dead, spawn target B, put it here, start script, move to new destination. As soon as that move to new destination, spawn target C, and start script, get onto helicopter, then get on helicopter and leave, right? As soon as both targets are dead, then we start script 3. Make sense? The point is, the way I would do this is I would allow you to save, but it would probably revert you to the previous sequence in the chain, because otherwise it might take too much to actually save it on PS2 hardware. But I do think that is still possible. I do think it's still something you can do. So, like, imagine, we'd killed the sniper guy, and I popped a save right there, so that when I immediately screwed up, which I did, on getting the other two, I could be like, oh, and just revert to right after I popped the sniper guy, and then I could just continue and try to figure out what I'm doing right there. That's how I think they could stagger this and sweep away a lot of issues I have here. And I think that's possible, even on PS2 hardware, which is my overall point.
Fantastic news, Adriana. Colonel 1J Gal, the feared, cruel, and ruthless commander, also known as the King of Diamonds.
Check your email.
was captured
Joseph has
last
some
night.
interesting insights
But
into
there's
this
been reports of the
journalist.
involvement-
The NES had interesting saving.
of mercenaries hired by the Allies cannot be confirmed.
Actually, yeah, Dark Day. I would agree with that. Let's go. I'm glad you liked it off our Twitch account. I'm not sure why you liked it, but I'm glad you did. Come on, Journo.
进攻!
Get on.
Let's go!
Fantastic news, Adriana. Colonel 1J Gal, the feared, cruel, and ruthless commander.
Go south from here.
Jerusalem offers a new car
Okay.
to any civilian who kills a Russian intruder.
So what are you getting, Giga?
He's using the
He's there
hospital
at the
as a
hospital.
cover for his operation. He's blowing up the hospital, destroying the evidence. If you don't catch him, no one will know how he gets weapons into the area. The journalist has been
Fantastic
killed.
news, Adriana.
Sergei will most certainly be pleased to hear that.
Feared, cruel,
Hold on.
and
What?
ruthless commander, also known as
That
the
cost
King
me
of Diamonds,
$250,000, and I'm only getting paid $50,000 for doing that.
Involvement of mercenaries hired by the Allies
What in the world?
cannot be confirmed.
피해! 나쁜 놈!
That's not even close to what I wanted to do. And we are, of course, water soluble. Stuff like this is why having saves is a nice thing.
He's using
He's there at the
as a
hospital.
cover for his operation.
야! 공격해!
He's blowing up the hospital, destroying the evidence. If you don't catch him, no one will know how he gets weapons into the area.
Colonel 1J Gal, the feared, cruel, and ruthless commander, also known as the King of Diamonds, was captured last night. Persistent reports of the involvement of mercenaries hired by the Allies cannot be confirmed.
돌격!
Listen, I heard all about that short-term business plan thing. I just had to have a piece myself.
피해!
That boat must be how he was smuggling arms into and out of the area.
진입자들 꼭두각시! 돌격!
Wow, that guy just tanked a sniper round to the chest. I'm actually impressed.
공격해!
Bot! Bot! Death to all bots. And everyone who makes bots. Death penalty. Done.
정말.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die to these mooks. Holy crap. Double bots. Still garbage human beings. Boop. There we go.
용병이다.
Okay. This is terrible.
피해. 공격해. 퇴각. 침략자들.
Need to patch myself up.
I am not a bot. Beep boop. I am one of you. My fellow humans.
돌격.
You've heard of My Fellow Americans? Similar concept. My fellow humans. I have a dream.
공격해.
Well, my opinion, Giga, is that this mission is pissing me off.
돼지 같은 놈.
Like a lot.
돌격.
Why are there 700,000 people here? With guns. When I have no backup.
공격해.
And the aiming is this.
침략자들 꼭두각시.
I've been trying not to complain about the aiming, because this is controller aiming at its finest. There's like a bit of a lock-on, but it's not good for anything that's moving. And I want you to think about that for a second. Lock-on effectively doesn't work when a target's moving. I also think these are monster closeting.
침략자들 꼭두각시.
Okay. Maybe not. Hi. Okay, now that I've killed 50,000 people. Nope. Okay. Okay, let's try here. Nope. Yeah, I was worried about this. Alright, let's go kill more people. So you're getting, let's see. Motherboard Ryzen 5.
돌격. 침략자들.
What? Okay. My biggest problem with
Medic when you need
with
one.
Demon Hunter in Diablo 3 is that it's really good early on, it's really good late, and its mid-game kinda sucks. Comparatively, I mean. Like, most classes have a variable amount of quality as they're going through them, but Demon Hunter has this period of just kinda sucking.
Expo 2, I am in the air.
But then it catches back up again, and then it's awesome again.
I see your smoke. I'm at the LZ.
Okay. I would say more like 40 to when you first hit 70, or 60, excuse me. Also, I'm pretty sure I'm not getting the bonus on the journalist because it looks like he just got out of the water. But at this point, I don't care. Let's just go. Let's just go. We did it. We did it.
Sergey is going to be happy to hear about this.
I am taking it.
Yep, you are taking it. I don't really need to know about your sex life, buddy, but that's okay. Now we can buy a technical. That's funny.
돌격.
That is true. You want to hear a real story, Giga? For her birthday one year, my mother was gifted from my father a new ironing board. Not a nice ironing board, just a new one.
Colonel Dong So-moon, the Queen of Diamonds.
Happy birthday,
One of
honey.
General Chang's most capable commanders was captured yesterday just a few miles from where I stand. General Chang's capture must surely be imminent.
돌격!
Yeah. I think you can guess that A, she didn't need, and B, didn't want a new ironing board, based on the way I'm telling this story.
Speak to the Fallen Devils. We have come for our land.
I'm really good at buying gifts for people, but I have to admit, one of the biggest problems I tend to have is that a lot of the gifts I want to do are either physically impossible or would just take up the amount of time I don't have to give. Bespoke stuff, you know. For her birthday, my youngest niece is getting a glow-in-the-dark unicorn blanket. It's very soft. And I'm not going to tell her it's glow-in-the-dark. The goal here is that she will then use it and be like, bedtime. And then she'll turn off the lights. And then all of a sudden there will be these glowing unicorns. And she'll be like, And I'm hoping that'll be a positive but we'll see.
널 잡고야 말 테다.
But she hasn't seen glow-in-the-dark yet. Oh, that's another thing. Gifts have to be a surprise.
죽어 이 바보야.
Otherwise, they're not even a gift, are they? Could you, could you...
Time to bail out.
젠장.
Right, I'm still shoot on sight for South Korea.
Get him.
I'm still shoot on sight for South Korea.
멈춰. 동지들 도와줘.
For my brother-in-law's birthday, which is in about a month at this point, I'm getting him some very nice, expensive black licorice imported from Sweden.
It's the Mercenaries! We could use some help around here, mercenary.
I knew we'd be seeing you again. In fact, I was counting on it. We recently lost contact with one of our planes over Hook-Day Moon. They were taking every fire and had to ditch. We've got limited time to locate the downed aircraft and safely extract any survivors. If I have to wait for clearance, those men will die.
Okay.
Hook-Day Moon's Korean for Black Gate, and you'll know why if you see it. The structure is General Chang's most heavily defended fortress. You watch it.
Exactly, Giga Pudding. There's two types of gifts. There's one you give to someone who you actually know well enough to give them a bespoke gift, and the other type of gift is money. Usually money comes in the form of money. Sometimes it can come in the form of gift cards. Sometimes it can come in the form of something that you think, oh, thank you, and then you return it to get the money and treat it like a return. Either way, it's money.
I hope you're ready for some action. Intel reports General Kang is sending reinforcements to the crash site.
You kidding? I love a challenge.
Just make sure you get any survivors away from the crash site before the NK get there, or those soldiers won't stand a chance.
I'm not really joking. Now, here's the really funny part. Some people, at least that I know personally, have this thing where they think that it's cheap, or I guess crass might be a better word, to give someone money as a gift.
You just received another email. Seems there's some additional targets in the area they'd like you to help clean up while you're at it.
So, you know, it's bad form. You don't give someone money. But at that point, you might as well just not give anything, and that's not happening. Yeah, the whole point of giving money is specifically, you know, here, get what you want. I admittedly am at a point in my life where I prefer money as a gift, but that's because the kind of things I want are to pay my bills. Like, there's not a lot of gift giving I want in my life at this point in my life, you know? I have enough stuff. And most of the games I buy, I do so myself because it's a business expense. That doesn't leave much. Ah, this game. Well, I made it over.
There goes my ride.
정지! 피해!
Did I lose South Korean rep for killing that North Korean? Because that's what it looks like just happened.
뛰어!
What? That tiny little bump of a rock just sent me completely flying. Did you see that?
공격해! 피해! 신입장 꼭두각시! 야! 돌격! 퇴각!
You know, that's fair. It was North Korean make. How was that collateral damage?
공격해! 후퇴해! 나쁜 놈! 돌격!
Anti-air unit destroyed. Move on to the next. Anti-air unit destroyed. Move on to the next.
No! 공격해! 퇴각! 피해! 돌격!
I need more ammunition.
Then shoot! God. Stupid twit. Now I need a vehicle to exfiltrate these people. I guess I'm not the exfiltrator. I'm the extractor, aren't I? My bad. Yeah, I was just thinking about pulling
There's the
something
crash site.
in.
Find any survivors and rescue
The
them.
mercenary! 수류탄! Charge! 공격해! 가판을 쳐라! No! Attack!
Yeah, I think we are gonna do that. And we can pull in a civilian car, actually. Pre-owned vehicle. Hopefully it has room for 3.
죽어! 이 토레지 같은 놈!
Okay, I'm on my way.
Good time. Appreciate you. Man, I just realized this car was only $4,000.
They're shooting at me.
Could you imagine a car only costing $4,000? Because I can. I've been around for a while. But, I meant more like nowadays.
Run!
No, 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 no.
Well done. Now get the survivors back to the HQ and you'll be done.
Please get in the car.
Let's roll.
Where's the other guy? Game, I need you to work with me. Please.
Let's see what this tin can do.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. No more. No more. Do I not I should have a disguise. I don't. Okay. It's more like there's a bit of physics going on with regards to the terrain. Like earlier, I bounced on a rock so hard that I almost flipped the truck. That's
Okay,
the
you're clear. Now get the survivors back to the HQ.
physics going on there. Please, please, please. Pretty please. Pretty please.
Time to bail out.
Okay.
Taking fire!
Cool. It's great that happened.
Mercenary.
So anyways, I made a save back here because screw that nonsense. Why do I not have a disguise? Yeah, there you go. There's a good example of the controlled jank. Man, I was trying to get to a safe area last time and I died on the way. People are like, quick, it's civilians, shoot them! I guess this is North Korea, so that makes sense.
Now get the survivors back to the HQ.
Well, that can't be good.
Like, in some places, being a civilian is a safe place, but in North Korea, it just paints a target on your back.
널 잡고야 말 테다.
Hell am I?
돌격! Charge!
Check your fire, soldier!
후퇴! 나쁜 놈.
So they're all gunning for me instead of the people actively shooting them. Jesus Christ. Hey! Disguised. Now we're disguised. I'm telling you, Dante. Civilians are like lollipops to the North Koreans. It's like, yes. You know how I lose money when I kill North Koreans? Or when I kill civilians? North Koreans gain money when they kill civilians. I love this. I should have just gotten a real car. At least this made it. Odd.
Survivors safely rescued, anti-air defenses neutralized. You're done, and payment's on its way.
It's not your fault, Juno Joker. It's just funny. Because it was a great idea. And it was one of the ideas that occurred to me, too. I was like, you know what, that's a great idea. Let's stealth our way out of here, right? Looks like it's time for another ace. Yep, let's do it. Oh, excuse me. Backup save.
I got your clearance for the Ace of Diamonds. General Chang runs Song's weapons testing.
So let's see how this one rates compared to the previous one. Interesting. I need to watch that video during my lunch break. Because we all know I need to work instead of taking a lunch break. Well, how old were you in 2005, Gigapudding? You don't have to answer that. Wait, really? An ad from Minecraft of all things? Hey, have you ever heard of this game called Minecraft? You've probably never heard of it before, because this is a brand new game. Just came out. It's actually funny you mentioned that. Just this morning, I was idly thinking, because the other day, I think it was Ross, asked, what the hell is a gigapudding I don't want to know. Ross was asking what the oldest game we've ever covered is, and the answer is Super Mario Brothers 1. But I was wondering to myself if there's any games older than that that I felt worth covering. And that kind of got me on a tangent of thinking about historically significant games that we haven't reviewed. I don't think it's a particularly big list because we've covered most of them at this point. Like there's quite a few substantial games we haven't covered, or rather have covered. Excuse me. Yeah, there's the original Ultima, and Wizardry, and Might and Magic. All three of those are basically the godfathers, the grandfathers of RPGs. We haven't covered Half-Life yet. That's going to be its own thing someday. Like, we kind of have covered Half-Life, so that's kind of a lower priority. Obviously Doom is in a few weeks here. And Quake will be a someday thing on that same line. We've already covered Halo 1.
I got your clearance for the Ace of Diamonds. General Chang runs Song's weapons testing.
I actually do plan to review ET someday. It'll be a very, very short stream, though. It'll be about, like, 60% talking about the history of ET, and then playing the game very briefly, because it's actually an extraordinarily short game, if you know what you're doing. Okay, so... Houston, we have a problem. This is an MSQ. Main story quest. There's no bypassing this. And it's not loading, so hang on. We're going to try something here. That would be just how cursed this is. I mean, it's the same composer, Rama. Not John Williams, the other guy. Space Invaders, Missile Defense, E.T., Pitfall, arguably Pac-Man. Pac-Man absolutely swept the arcade scene. The original Donkey Kong, yeah, I could see that. Minecraft. We do have to cover Minecraft someday, and I've already kind of have plans for that. I'm not sure. The original Donkey Kong was an arcade game. I mean, a lot of early NES stuff was arcade.
I got your clearance for the Ace of Diamonds. General Chang
Hey,
runs
Kennex
Song's
Cow.
weapons testing.
We have covered System Shock 1, which is ironically...
I don't care what they're denying. You tell that Russian thug he doesn't return that chop, I'll bring down so much... Never mind. I got bigger fish to fry. Knew we'd see you once this Ace contract opened up. Ace of Diamonds, General Chang. You've taken out most of Chang's men and brought us some good intel. We're pretty sure we know where Chang is now. And since he's Song's best commander, there's a good chance Song is there too. And we've located the construction site for Chang's supergun. This is a gun that can fire radioactive shells far enough to hit Tokyo. The whole area is bathed in radiation, and pretty soon, big chunks of South Korea and Japan will be the same way. Now, I don't need to tell you why I'm not waiting for authorization. You get your ass out there and stop General Chang. If you find Song, you know what to do.
Well, there's a thing called Disney, Rama. And out-of-date executives.
The longer you...
I could see Street Fighter 2. That would be a pretty short stream, but I could see it. Street Fighter 2 and Mortal Kombat 1 pretty much is why the fighting genre is what it is, and has been for ever since.
General Chang is one of Sung's closest aides and most experienced commanders. He'll be a tough nut to crack.
Oh, it's hard to take a man named Chin Chang seriously, but I'll give it a shot.
I've marked the location of the Type 07 supergun on your radar. The gun is hardened and has a jamming system built in. You'll need to find a way to destroy it.
No, super weapons are amazing, Zacto. Oh, that System Shock 1 is more historically significant than System Shock 2. That's all, Darkrai. Like, I don't want the historically significant block to be too big. Well, I was about to have a vehicle. And the vehicle blew up. So, Evo asks a good question. Does the character choice affect the story? Now, by my definition, yes, by default, but I think what she means is, does it affect the plot? The answer is apparently no.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
They're supposed to have gameplay variances, but from what I understand, they're pretty small. One guy has a little bit more health, one guy walks a little bit faster, and this lady apparently has better stealth, which I have yet to see in action. Game. There you go. It would be interesting. Kind of pull a Sonic Adventures thing. Each of the three characters goes after one of the aces, and then like all of them go after the final ace, the ace of spades.
There's a lot of radiation in the area ahead of you, probably a byproduct of the supergun's radioactive shells. You need to find a shielded vehicle like a tank to take you through. Your SNS signal's being jammed.
Yeah, exactly, Dark Right. Like I said, kind of what the Sonic games have been doing for a while. I dislike the Sonic Adventure games in general, but I think that's one of the things they did very right.
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
Don't worry, I'm safe from the radiation now. I'm also stuck on the terrain.
Support options are back online. Your SNS signal's being jammed. The whole area around the supergun is bathed in radiation. You'll have to find a way to destroy it without getting close.
Okay.
There's a Type 07 prototype gun in the area. It seems to be outside the contaminated area. Its shells should be strong enough to destroy the supergun. I'll mark it on your radar.
But okay. That is a big frickin' gun. I'm pretty sure I already looked into Tactical Breach Wizard and I can get that streamable. But I'm dead, as it should be. Alright. Time to move on. No, Thank you for being part of the show, Roman Kira. I roll to disbelieve that I've had any positive impact, but I hope you're doing better or in a better place. Give me one moment. please. And no, I haven't had a chance to watch the 5D diplomacy thing. I didn't know what it was. Like, I didn't understand what I was looking at, so I just walked away from it. Let's see. Hey, Ross. Okay, so... Nope, too far back. Nope, too far back, too far back. Okay, here we go. Sorry, I'm a bit dry this morning. Bleh. Like, I've drunk a plenty of water, but, like, my mouth is still dry, you know what I mean? Oh my god, it was a trap. Oh my god. Very shocked. Okay. So I need a tank, unfortunately. Now, this is going to shock you, but tanks have tank controls in this game. Jesus.
Attack!
It's one of ours.
Okay, for just a second, I thought you literally meant killing gamer. As in gamer, you know, like me. And I was just feeling, why, Ross? Why? What did I do? I'm sorry. It's a brand new movie on CBS, Killing Gamers. They were turned violent by video games. Now we're turned violent by them. Game. Seriously? This summer, we press pause permanently. I did mention that offshore Twitch account. Oh my god, Evo. Don't mind me, please don't kill me. Ah. Listen, tears are not allowed in America, Europe. Only tears of pride and joy.
Radiation in the area ahead of you, probably a byproduct of the supergun's radioactive shells. You need to find a shielded vehicle like a tank to take you through.
Oh my god, is the APC not considered shielded?
Your SNS-6, the whole area around the supergun is bathed in radiation. You'll have to find a way to destroy it without getting close.
Hey. Okay.
Support options are back online.
Fast enough that I'm just gonna live with that,
There's a
I think.
Type 07 prototype gun in the area. It seems to be outside the contaminated area. Its shells should be strong enough to destroy the supergun. I'll mark it on your radar.
Quickly, quickly. Interesting. Offshore Twitch account. I'm surprised they thought about it, to be quite honest. Yes, that's what I wanted to have happen. I am North Korean. Beep boop. Yeah, it will never stop amusing me how good Harry is in that episode, considering. but I won't go into more detail right here. Is it up? It is up. How do I get up? Good morning, Loke.
Charge!
It's the mercenary.
Yeah, why are you shooting me? It's the I'm on your side, dumbass.
Support options are back online.
Oh my god, okay. I am North Korean, beep boop. All hail our glorious leader, what's his face?
용병이다.
No, there's an officer I didn't even see. No! Get out, get out, get out, get out. Or just, yeah, sure, whatever.
용병이다.
Cool.
돌격! 야, 너.
Need to patch myself up.
No, you're... And we're dead.
Charge! It's one of ours.
Support options are back online.
Thank God for save states, because I would be a little pissed. We're not a small amount into this mission. Just have to stay away from that officer. Evening, officer. I'm just driving around the trees over here. No reason. No reason at all. Don't mind me.
퇴각!
Just
나쁜
a
놈.
very normal North Korean loyal soldier. Who is very loyal. To you. Please don't kill me.
나쁜 놈. 너.
Okay. How do I get this thing to shoot at him?
The supergun is tough. It'll take a few shots to destroy it. Excellent. That threat has been eliminated. I spotted some strange activity. It looks like General Chang is preparing for a final push. I've marked his location on your radar.
See, this would be a perfect time for one of those mid-mission saves I was talking about. Like, spawn is here, we've destroyed the gun, the script has just started for the guy to flee, right?
피해! 너.
Oh god.
피해!
Whatever.
공격해!
I don't know what I'm aiming at, so just whatever. Shoot everything over there.
Bomb's free.
피해! 침입자들 꼭두각시.
Did I kill anything?
침입자들 꼭두각시.
I don't think I killed anything.
퇴각! 돌격!
How are you alive? How are you alive?
Need to patch myself up.
Alright, let's get some healing in here.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
I mean, okay. In the interest of total honesty, if that turned out to be true, sure, Sub-Zero, but I don't buy
I see
that
your
for a
smoke. I'm at
millisecond.
the LZ.
The only way such a thing could be true is a situation that invalidates the statement itself. In other words, the only way it could be true that North Korea is that terrible, or rather isn't that terrible, is if we had regular and repeated info coming from out of North Korea, which we don't, which makes the point. You missed 2 bots, Bregman. Like, back to back. It was wild. They were getting bold. Alright, who's shooting at me? A tank. With incredibly fast tracking. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Ah! Yeah. Sure. And we're dead. Okay, cool.
General Chang is preparing for a final push. I've marked his location on your radar.
Yeah, exactly that. Don't mistake me, there's definitely propagandizing going on in the world in general, especially coming to the United States, but I'm pretty sure North Korea really is, like, not a pleasant place to be. I'll be right back. Now, the specifics? Who knows? Ugh. Propaganda.
용병이다.
Sorry. Dumb reference.
공격해.
Also, COVID, while we're on the subject.
Clear the area. I'm coming in.
Better actually kill someone this time.
돌격.
I took out like one guy.
용병이다. 멈춰. 피해. 공격해. 나쁜 놈. 피해.
Can I help you?
피해. 나쁜 놈. 피해.
You know, thanks to how bad the info in game is in this game, I have no real proof of this, but I swear to God, enemies spawn infinitely in some areas. Okay, we've successfully survived. Sure. There it is. Except I can't. Okay. First of all, I need my supply kit.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air. I see your smoke. I'm at the LZ.
Oh, plenty, Yura. You kidding me? I've played Luthia. And Final Fantasy VI.
Special delivery.
There we go. Okay. Perfectly natural way to drive a tank. I mean, this is how I drive tanks all the time. What's funny is how much I'm having to fight this, because it really doesn't like being on the hill there. It keeps trying... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. This might be bad. This might be bad. We're okay. We're okay. Hang on. Okay, we were almost defeated by a tree. Look, I've got screw you money, Logue. Morrowind is part of the BRPG block, but yeah, I agree with that, Darkrai. Honestly, Skyrim, unfortunately or not, is also historically significant and absolutely needs to be reviewed as well. Also part of the BRPG block. Wolfenstein 3D probably qualifies as well, now that I'm thinking about it. Oh, I'm working on it, Logue. Okay. Oh, FF7 is 100% historically significant. But that'll be part of the FF block, so that's kind of already something that's going to happen someday.
피해! 침입자들 꼭두각시! 피해! 돌격! 침략자들! 후퇴! 나쁜 놈!
I mean, save states do help, not gonna lie.
공격해! 정지! 침입자들 꼭두각시! 경보!
Well, I haven't even been load stating that much, but I have been save stating a lot. Most historically significant Zelda game is the first one, without question. The second most significant historical game for Zelda, that's a little bit trickier. Yeah, Ocarina is my knee-jerk answer there, but I'm still not actually sure about that.
공격해!
Because the competitors there are LTTP, Link's Awakening, and Ocarina. And, arguably, Breath, if we're being honest with ourselves.
Roger, this is Expo 2. I am in the air.
공격해!
I see your smoke. I'm at the LZ. I am taking enemy fire.
Yeah, hang on.
정지!
Hang on. Let me just fix
돌격!
this. There's like 3 dead bodies inside this tank now. Would you believe I've never studied the Korean War? I have family members who participated in it, but I have never actually studied it myself.
공격해!
I am taking enemy fire.
Usually older wars are more interesting to me anyways. World War II is probably the most modern war I still have an interest in.
Great work. You've verified the Ace of Diamonds. The Allies are wiring the bounty to us now.
Yeah, think about how many giblets and human paste is just all over the controls of that tank. It's like squish, squish, squish. I also did something interesting recently. I was asking my eldest niece, what kind of wars have you heard of, or more accurately, have you studied in school? And I started with the big softball ones, like, World War II, which she had heard of, and then the Great War. And I said it that way on purpose to kind of throw her a little bit, but she still knew about the Great War. But then I scooched back a little bit to, say, the 100 Years' War or the 7 Years' War, which got a big, or the War of Spanish Succession, or the Franco-Prussian War. Nothing.
Another high-ranking official in the Deca 52 was captured last night after a tense battle with AN's. General Chin Chang, also known as the Diamonds, one of General Song's senior military aides, oversaw the operation of the weapons testing island you see behind me. His capture by no means ends the very real nuclear threat still by General Song. In other news, a train carrying missiles was hijacked last night. The hijacking appears to be the work of organized crime elements. One thing is certain. Whoever is responsible has created even more in a region that is becoming all too familiar with turmoil and dust. Once again, reporting live from the contented Currando Island, this is Adriana Livingston, ESRN.
Yay. Yes, I've actually argued for years, since I was a kid, that the 7 Years' War is the first World War. Not really World War I, but you know what I mean. The first war that could be considered a global conflict. That's debatable, of course. Air superiority. God, look at our South Korean rep.
We've dropped you into the Allied MASH unit in Kusung. You're about 100 miles north of your previous location. Before you head off after General Chul Kang and the rest of the Hearts, you may want to take some time and get your bearings.
Hold on. There's new icons on the map. Why are there new icons on the map?
Song's chemical weapons program. Song's nuclear program, supervised by Ace of Hearts.
So what's
General
this,
Chul
first of
Kang,
all?
is apparently still covertly operating here in North Korea.
Behold. Gotta show off that midriff. Very important. No, you guys voted, or rather, two of you voted, Hero. So, the reason I asked her that question is, how do I even start this sentence? History is a devalued thing to study in public schools in the United States in general, and I have to add that because it's heavily dependent on county and then state, but it is in general the kind of thing that's devalued. To give a bit of perspective, my niece doesn't actually study history. She has no history class. She has social studies, which happens to include things like geography and history. It's all kind of put over into a side category there. And so I was just curious, after, as an addendum to that, how much she knew about world history. Of course, she knew what the American Civil War was, because that's the kind of thing that's covered fairly frequently in schools here. Also true, Blake Travell. To use my own experience, granted, late 90s from my perspective, but when I went to high school, I took every history class they had, which was a grand total of 3. There was the generic social studies class, which was mandatory. Then there was U.S. history. Then there was modern U.S. history. And that was it. Now, anybody who knows me knows I've had an interest in history since I was even younger than that. So I just kind of sought out all that stuff on my own. And thankfully, we actually had a really well-stocked library. So I used to spend some time in there just perusing maps and whatever books we had about whoever. But I had to seek that out on my own. So, new map. I'm going to be honest, I didn't think there was going to be a second map. World history. World history. Actually, no, I'm terrible even to this day about remembering dates and names, which is funny, because most of the classes involved remembering dates and names.
Adriana, I'm proud to report.
That's on the way down right now, though, Ross. A lot of universities in the United States have been shutting down. So first they stopped hiring history professors. Then they started shutting down history classes, and currently they're trying to fire most of the existing history professors. No, that's extremely sad. Unfortunately, history has been kind of culturally getting lumped alongside things like art. I mean, who wants to study art, right? That's silly. It's not producing. We need to produce. We need to get output and economic might. That's what actually matters. Now go get a real job. Thank you very much for the sub. Whoever that was, I didn't actually see it. Oh, there it is. Narset. Thank you, Narset. Very, very much. And I will put that towards something. I mean, that bias has existed for decades. The soft sciences, right? Screw that nonsense. Persona 3R, Dungeon Siege 2, and Heaven's Vault. You got it, Narset. Thank you again very much for your support. And hey, Walker, how's your day going?
General Song's biological and chemical weapons programs.
I don't want to get too... See, here's the deal. I don't think that is a conspiracy. I think that is a natural byproduct of just how culture has been developing over the last 60 years, I'd say. At least here in the States. Like, the joke about the worthlessness of an art degree is not a new joke, right?
Song's nuclear program, supervised by Ace of Hearts General Chul Kang, is apparently still covertly operating here in North Korea.
Yeah, we'll see, Roman Cure.
The mercenary.
Damn! I anticipate that, Persona 3 and 4 will not score particularly well alongside 5. See, Evo can't even claim it's the problem that she lives in the United States, because she doesn't. Which is why I say I don't think that's just a state's problem. I think that's just a problem. I've heard of that, Narset, but I don't know much about it. Well,
that can't be good.
Cool. I guess we're huffing this a little bit. Come back. Come back. And now I'm being shot at. I don't know. I'm probably entirely too cynical and bitter. Because in my mind, everyone should know history to some extent or another. And I mean that. Like, if you want to practically define art, that's easy. Because the very video game we're playing right now was designed by artists who went to school for that kind of a thing. Okay, this is irritating. But yeah, exactly. History is the kind of thing I would consider a mandatory study. You should know what has happened, at least in the broadest senses. There's too much benefit to being aware of where we've been in order to make sure that we know where we're going, right? Like, I cannot imagine that not being true. Yes, I'm interested in history, but that's actually not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about several steps up from where I'm at there. Just knowing history, right? There it is. There it is.
Ah!
Okay, I'm on my way.
Then again, I think the entire educational system of the species could probably stand for an overhaul, so what the hell do I know?
It's one of ours.
Someone asked a question. There it is. What's something I learned in my 30s I wish I knew at the start of my 30s? Oh, geez, I don't know. Oh, the Renaissance was fascinating to study. I have not done a full deep dive. You know how it is, right? It's gradient. There's gradients of how far you dive into a specific thing. And I have absolutely not gone fully into the Renaissance, but I have gone like 2 steps into the Renaissance. Unfortunately or not, and you can make fun of me for this if you prefer, a lot of my own personal interest in history usually revolves around 3 things. Economics, politics, and war. Okay, where is this helicopter?
Adriana, I'm proud to report that the Director of General Song's Biological and Chemical Weapons Programs, General Chin Chang, was captured yesterday.
Listen, I might be weird, but at least I don't think Dragon Age 4 is going to be interesting.
Developing threat of Song's chemical weapons program. Song's nuclear program, supervised by
Culture, I mean, it's there.
is apparently still covertly operating here.
Wait, you want me to knock out the one in the air? Okay. What? Huh?
Adriana, I'm proud to report that the Director of General Song's Biological and Chemical Weapons Programs, General Chin Chang, was captured yesterday. This effectively neutralizes the developing threat.
I think I was literally staring at it when it despawned.
Song's nuclear program.
I'm gaslighting myself here. Was I ever looking at it? Was there ever a helicopter?
Still covertly operating here in North Korea.
There it is. Okay.
Adriana, I'm proud to report that the Director of General Song's Biological and Chemical Weapons Programs, General Chin Chang, was captured yesterday. This effectively neutralizes the developing threat of Song's chemical weapons program. Song's nuclear...
Well, they've also been hitting the marketing button a lot more, Giga. Which makes sense. They more or less have to. The reputation is tarnished and they need this to be a big hit. Especially since they're all probably fired the moment it comes out. Although, I'm just going to say, and I mean this, if they're not getting fired as soon as Dragon Age 4 comes out, that will officially solidify EA as one of the best gaming companies out there. At least as far as big gaming, AAA gaming companies. And that's pathetic, but it's still true. Oh, he turned around. I honestly don't consider Nintendo a AAA company. They're more of a game developer. I should probably mention that I also mean the words AAA gaming company as an insult, so that's kind of that. Yeah, Nintendo really is over in their own world. Thank you, by the way. Low Country Whisperer. Okay, so... yeah, Nintendo does their own thing. For good and bad, frankly. I mean, we talked about this during Legends Arceus, right? That is actually a really good game that's very unpolished and clearly was shoved out the door early and then not given the support it needed. Both of those things are a consequence of Nintendo. I know that wasn't actually made by Nintendo, it was made by Game Freak, but that is a very Nintendo thing right there.
We will lay down our lives to stop you.
That's kind of what I'm trying to do here, Judo Joker. Yeah, exactly, Dakota. My 4th grade history teacher is probably the first teacher that recognized I have an interest in history. Which is funny, because I kind of hated her when I first had her as a teacher, but that changed over time, and I actually started hanging out with her, like, independent of class several times because of how much I liked her. Yes, have $250,000.
You're not a threat anymore.
Jesus.
박 사령관님은 지금 당신을 보시겠습니다.
Yeah, can I have, like, a full English, please? God, that would be awesome.
You must think you're pretty badass killing so many of my men and then strolling in here looking for work. Keep it up and I will personally shoot you dead. In the meantime, surveillance crew got caught with their pants down by some mafia mooks and they stole one of our top secret electronic warfare KIFVs. Now we can't abide another Hainan Island type incident, so you may use any means necessary to keep that technology out of the enemy's hands. I'd prefer it if you brought it back, but if you gotta blow it up, I can deal with that.
I've been thinking about the disguise mechanic. I'm sorry, this is a very strange way to say this. And I think I'm going to give it a positive and a negative. Because so the disguise mechanic as a mechanic, cool, right? Like, I enjoy it. I like the idea of being able to slip through or be unavoided or trying to balance the factions. Cool, I'm with that. And the detriment for failing to do so is pretty harsh. That was $250,000 I just had to spend in order to be able to progress the game, right? However, it is reasonably badly implemented. There's a lot of visibility issues and feedback issues with regards to the disguise mechanic and being able to make it work. Like, I'm probably biased because I just played Hitman, which does the disguise mechanic very well. But first of all, there's no gradient detection. So, if something would give me away, it gives me away instantly. I accidentally hit the A button, which honks the horn, and that has been an accident almost every time. Or I accidentally bump into the wrong vehicle, or I happen to go by a dude I didn't even see until he was right there, the officers. Whoops. But also, the visible range of how much those officers can see you is something that's not very well defined, and it's just kind of play it by ear. And also, I swear to God, sometimes it's just random. Remember when we were doing, I know you weren't here for this, Judo Joker, but when we were doing the Hold the Line mission against the South Koreans, the very mission that cost me so much rep with the South Koreans, I was able to kill quite a few of their troops and incoming vehicles from a distance and no rep loss. But then I did it again, and I did get rep loss. And I couldn't tell you what's different between these two things, between these two states. That's the feedback thing, right? I don't fully understand what I'm doing wrong to then do better. I don't know how to improve the usage thereof. And yeah, I'd also, you mentioned the recheck 100 meters. I need to watch that video to learn more about it. So these are both going in question marks. But I think it's a good idea badly implemented, put simply, which is why I want to give it a positive and a negative. Will Caesar, to my knowledge, we don't know what the patents are yet. And that's what that's going to fall down on. I hate both sides of the equation. Nintendo's legal team can go directly to hell, and the Palworld devs can go directly to hell, so screw both of them. Other than that, I don't really have a horse in that race.
Those Russian bastards crawl around like dung beetles, buying and selling anything that ain't nailed down.
Oh no, those are definitely a positive, Judo Joker. I think I already gave that. Yeah. It's point number 6, actually. What's wrong with the Paldos? I'm sorry. I'm sighing because I've said this so much recently, even. Give me a second, because there's going to be some dialogue in a second here. Hopefully.
Buford's starting to sound a little burned out to me.
Maybe things aren't going so well for him.
You're fine, Loki. I repeat myself all the time. It's one of those things.
KFV was designed for electronic warfare. It acts as a radar jammer, so you'll have to rely on your wits in there.
It's one of the things you just kind of get used to as being a streamer. So, yeah, exactly. What Blade Travel just said is a great summary. They hype up a raw concept game.
Once the Mafias start shooting at you, they'll stop inspecting the KIFV.
Could I talk now, please? So they'll hype up a new concept game. Not a finished game, just the concept of a game. Like the beginning. God damn it! Just the concept of a game, right? Just like the beginnings of a game, like a game idea or something. And people are like, oh, that sounds cool. You know, that sounds like something that I'm interested in. And then people will buy it, because that's how early access works, is you buy it. And then they'll be like, cool, they'll make money off of that concept, immediately scrap all support and development for that game and move on to the next one. I actually did a little looking. Apparently there are now currently 2 games past Palworld, because they've already pushed out the one after it, which I don't remember the name of right now, and are already selling it, and they're already working on the next one after that. And that's ignoring all the other, you know, bull crap that they tend to do. That's little stuff. That's the big thing. Screw 'em. Okay. Yeah, no, they're scum. Like I said, screw them.
The KIFV has been destroyed. Contract fulfilled.
That was easy. And yeah, it's one of those situations where it's not like I really want Nintendo to have an easy win to keep being awful. Oh, they abandoned Palworld before it made a lot of money. You have to understand this, Loke. Like, they made Palworld, and then it came out. And then they abandoned it, and then it got big because of the memes and because of the culture. And that immediately led to, you know, Palworld, like, getting the 25 million sales. And I know what you're thinking. Oh, well, that meant they went back and put all that time and effort and money back into the game, right? No. Why would they do that? No, they took that money and pocketed it. And I know what you're thinking. Of course they did. But, like, Screw him. Screw him.
박사령관님을 보러 영병이 여기 왔습니다. 너 말은 팽이 우리가 그걸 공격한다면 그들에게 다시 우리에게 보복할 수 있는 기회를 준다는 이 말이지.
우리가 길마기즈를 공격할 거다.
I don't know. I suppose if like I suddenly, got a donation through streaming of $23 million, I would at the very least consider pocketing the money and running, right? But like, that still feels scummy, doesn't it? There's that sort of vague sort of impression that maybe the money should be reinvested into the thing that you liked doing. I don't know.
박, 너는 걱정을 안 해도 돼. 너의 군대는 말론 김에.
Okay, I can't specifically zoom in. I can just walk over here.
Contract for you. That Chinese fella, Peng, set up a bunch of roadblocks between here and Shinuiju. They're stopping Park's men from getting aid to the northern cousins, and I need someone to clear those roadblocks for me and teach my buddy Peng a lesson at the same time, if you get my meaning. Bad enough trying to get anything done around here with Song and his arm full of nukes. Now I got Peng breathing down my neck.
It'd be interesting, Judo Joker. Assuming I can get a copy of it. Excuse me. Oh, so it's not on the PS2. Ooh. That's okay. Well, the game came out in 2005, so probably 2005.
You ever get the feeling we're fighting 3 or 4 different wars here?
Yeah, all for the price of one. They're definitely getting their money's worth out of us.
Yeah, problem with leadership. I saw it like that. That's true, Loke. There's a difference between... Yeah, exactly, Blade Jamal. Hang on. There's a difference between, I made Mario Brothers, and then people are, after I've now finished and we finalized Mario Brothers, it's a done deal. Someone's like, here's $1 bajillion. Oh, thanks. And I can go retire on it, right? Do whatever I want to. Versus, excuse me, something like Pal World, and then, unfinished, incomplete concept game, and then here's $1 bajillion. Oh, thanks. And then bailing on it. It just feels different. And yeah, I guess that's my problem though, Blade Travon. Is if the primary goal, if the most important goal is making money, that I tend to disagree with just conceptually, like philosophically speaking. I don't mind them being paid. I don't mind people making money. That's duh, of course. Economics. But like, if you care about making money at the expense of everything else, or higher priority than everything else, that tends to lead to things that I don't agree with. Like, for example, putting out a concept game and then bailing as soon as it starts, as soon as it's out. And if it makes tons of money, cool, but then you're not going to go back to it. Like, if I could use an alternate example of this, nobody really expected Stardew Valley to explode the way it did, right? Nobody saw that coming, but it did. And then Concerned Ape was able to go on and be like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and make the other game that I really wanted to make. It's going to take a few years. He's going to take his time. But he's set for life. But he didn't take the money and run with it. In fact, what he did is he kept reinvesting back into Stardew, if you're paying attention. One of the biggest reasons why Haunted Chocolatier hasn't come out yet is because he keeps working on Stardew Valley and improving it. Different vibe. And there's Valheim. That's actually another good example of one of the success stories that just kind of kept going and is still going. And yeah, I will always give CD Projekt Red some credit for the fact that they actually fixed Cyberpunk.
Close to one of the roadblocks.
Hell, I give them that credit for Witcher 3, to be quite honest. How many of you remember Witcher 3 status at launch? Because it wasn't great.
The Chinese decided you're a threat.
Wow. Okay. Well, we just lost all of our rep with China. Cool.
Great, 2 down.
Yeah, no kidding. I suppose we'll see once we get there ourselves what they've done with Cyberpunk.
That's 3 down, well done.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Final Fantasy XIV might be one of the examples of this concept. And it turned into a big success story for the company financially, too. Like, I've pointed out before how FF14 quite literally has been keeping Square solvent for years.
All the roadblocks have been cleared. The
So that did pay off.
en route to our account.
Might as well keep being with the South Koreans here.
There's a number card nearby. Check your radar for the location.
Oh, the reason's actually very simple, Judo Joker. Cyberpunk is a long game, which I have, for all intents and purposes, already played. After the Oblivion line. Oh, I know, Blade Devil. I'm just saying, like... I like to throw in those little asides for the people who only really care about the money. It's like, even though this was a great boon for players and reputation and all those kind of soft things, the truth is, it was a big boon financially as well. Like, that has paid off in dividends. That's true in almost every case I just mentioned, too. Go figure.
Here's the ace up my sleeve. I hope you like being rich, because I got another sweet contract for you. There's this processing plant in Chongju that has certain tactical value to Park and his men. I promised him you'd wait in there and take out the main facility so his men could secure the area. Now, he asked me why you'd do such a thing, and apart from the obvious reason that I'm paying you a ton of money, the place is a chemical weapons facility run by Queen of Hearts, Colonel Zhang Nemgong. Figured that'd motivate you. I wouldn't worry about the chemical weapons. The place hadn't been used in months. Song's been pouring all his money into nukes.
See, Ross gets it. I'm liking these ideas here. But no, I agree with you, Loner, completely. I feel extremely bad for the people who had to crunch like crazy to produce ARR. And they did. Sleeping in the office and everything. I mean, Super Metroid, which I consider to be one of the best games ever made, was made by people who slept in the office, you know? Can we stop treating developers like crap?
He's a psychotic dictator who possibly killed his own father. Who knows what scares Song?
Yeah, so was FF6. And Chrono Trigger, and Honestly, pretty much all of them. Hello? Can I get into my vehicle, please? There we go. Oh yeah, Dread had awful behind-the-scenes problems. I was weirded out by that one. Wait, this isn't my vehicle. Yeah, I think there's a bit of a problem with the fact that so many of some of the best games ever made, especially back in the day, were made by people who were crunching, because that just kind of became the norm then. Hell, Diablo 1? Most of the people who were working on Diablo 1 literally lived in the office in order to make that.
The complex is well guarded. I'd advise a stealthy approach.
Stealth it is. Like, surely we can make great games and actually take care of developers, right? Surely that's possible. Surely, surely, surely.
일하는 기쁨이 가장 큰 기쁨입니다.
Yeah, surely our composer can make music. I mean, Uematsu, I've talked about this many times. He actually had health issues for the first time, essentially, during the creation of Final Fantasy IX.
Well, that's going to be good.
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
Wow, that homing.
Good.
Jesus, that homing.
Support options are back online. The chemical plant is finished. Nice work. Our HBT is on deck.
I'll think about it, Loke. I've already given a plus for vehicles. I'm not sure it deserves a second plus. Whoa! For,
Well, that's going to be
chopper.
good. This thing is about to blow.
Well, and we're dead. Wrong one.
용병이다.
So Giga asked a question I'm not ignoring. I don't know if I have an answer for. Best game that didn't have any huge developer issues. I'm sure there's a game out there where the developers were treated well that's a really good game. Now, Evo says it's Hades. I have to take her word on that. I have no knowledge of that personally. But that might be the only answer I could give to that, honestly.
The complex is well guarded. I'd advise a stealthy approach.
Stealthing it up. Nope, Chrono Trigger was pretty crunchy. I don't know about the development of Minecraft, so I can't speak to that. Undertale was an odd one, but I also don't know much about that one. I don't know much about the development of Halo.
Support options are back online. That's one SAM taken down.
Well,
You've taken out 2 of the SAMs. Good. Only one SAM left.
God, that homing is ridiculous.
That's the last of them. Now go take out that chemical plant.
Earthbound was turbo under crunch. In fact, Earthbound almost didn't come out. In fact, a story I'm fond of telling is that I can't think of his name. Who's the really awesome head of Nintendo who is unfortunately no longer with us?
The chemical plant is finished. Nice work.
Iwata. Iwata had to be called in more or less last second in order to make sure that Earthbound could be made, because the developers were just having that many issues getting the game functional. I've talked about that a few times. Yeah, very much past tense, Luke.
Stop him! He's trying to get away!
I'm working on it.
공격해!
Which Nintendo IP would I most want to be seen turned into an MMO? That's an interesting question. Let me think on that for a second. Let's kill a lot of people first.
No.
Real talk, there has to be some behind-the-scenes thing we don't know about at this point, Ross. There's really no practical reason why it shouldn't have come out in the West. Every reason that people tend to give is something that's been proven false at this point. Like rights issues, or copyright issues, or lawyer things, or whatever. All of that's already been proven false at this point. Yeah, I don't want to be boring, but honestly, Pokemon was my first thought. I've even put some thought into what a Pokemon MMO would look like. Spoilers, you'd probably play the Pokemon, not the trainer.
I see your smoke. I'm at the... I am taking enemy fire. I am under heavy enemy fire.
From what?
침입자들 꼭두각시. 돌격! No.
I am under heavy enemy fire.
The Queen of Hearts has been verified captured. Good work.
How would I do Pokemon Mystery Dungeon as an MMO? God damn it.
공격해!
Yeah, no, dungeon design would have to be completely overhauled. Ugh, China, look at that. Let's go make China like us. Let's spread that money
Signal's being jammed.
over to China here, shall we? I'm not sure how you do a dungeon crawler MMO in general. I'm not saying you can't, I'm just saying I don't know how you'd do it. Evo's a bit better at that kind of thing than I am.
다 함께 우린 침입자들을 몰아내고 새롭고 영원한 한국을 세울 것이오.
I do not, Hero, no. Now, dungeon crawlers are pretty easy to define by example. Wizardry. Or Might and Magic. That's a dungeon crawler.
You're back in the Chinese good graces.
Colonel Pang will see you.
Yeah, anything in the golden box era.
Though my aides tell me I should have you killed for your careless actions against my men, it seems I must depend on you one last time. South Korean forces communicate in a CIA code which we cannot decipher. You will steal this code and bring it to me. Then they will not be able to act without my knowing it in advance.
Okay.
It saddens me to know so many lives will be wasted in this endeavor. It cannot be avoided.
Uh-huh.
That lantern belongs to the people of China. If you break it, I will deduct the costs from your contract. The South Koreans are very brave, but they must know they cannot stand against the People's Republic.
Yeah, after all, they've got more people.
These codes will compromise the entire South Korean defense network.
I wonder if we can get the South Koreans to pay us to make it secure again.
Where's my helicopter? Where's my helicopter? Oh, God. They stole my heli. No, there it is. There it is. Okay, okay. We're okay, everyone. Old Betsy here is back. I'm going to call this the Brig one. I know what we're going to do. Let's give a positive for an aggregate. Oh yeah, that's actually inaccurate, Act. Sorry. Let me turn off the bot really quick. Right now I'm kind of playing it by ear, because it was requested that I not start Shoot His Blood and Teeth until, I believe, Monday. So the next game after this is, I don't know. It depends on when we finish this game.
There's a number card nearby. Check. They have the front of their outpost well protected. You need to find another way into that valley, or be prepared to spend a lot of money.
I mean, at our current pace, no, Act. We'll see. I don't know how much is left or how aggravating any further missions will be. We spent a lot of time before we put up the cheat flag. Is Star Trek a 2-day game? Because that work. Yeah, we currently have the cheat flag up.
Good, you have the codes. Now get back to Chinese HQ.
지금 당신 여기서 뭐 하는 거야?
Really, Dakota. Interesting. Well, there's no mid-mission checkpoints, Loke, and so I want you to imagine doing the same 5, 6, or 10-minute mission 4 or 5 times in a row. And that's what made me pull the cheat flag. I really feel like that speaks for itself.
The General will be pleased to receive those codes. Great work. Chinese payment should be...
You may...
他是个雇佣兵，南韩人也可以
咁
雇佣他。
我一定要殺死佢，因為我絕對唔允許有人背叛我嘅信任。
Welcome. You are back. I presume for another mission. Thanks for the codes you have retrieved for us, we know the South Koreans' ambitions in this area. They mean to take and hold the city of Shinnu-Ichu. They have established an advanced base. You would destroy this base. The People's Army will move in behind you and take the city. I long to see the look on Buford's face when he realizes I have broken his codes.
Did you catch how they flat out said that they would have us executed if they found out we were working for the South Koreans? That would be the missions we did just before this, by the way.
I can't say I've ever been paid to start a war between two countries.
Just call us the Black Hand.
Mind me. Bit of a mid-air collision hug there.
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
당신의 정부가 우리를 모민했습니다. 그들은 미국에게 절로 팔렸습니다.
Wow, that took a lot more firepower than I thought that would. Holy crap. Hello, fellow South Koreans. Would you go away, please?
Support options are back online. Your SNS signal's being jammed.
I love it. They can shoot at me with impunity. As soon as I kill them back, I lose rep. Ugh.
That can't be good.
What? See you around, Walker. Have a good one. Well, that sucked. That sucked, too. No, I have no idea.
I can't say I've ever been paid to start a war between two countries.
Just call us the Black Hand.
Your SNS signal's being jammed. Support options are back online. Your SNS signal's being jammed.
Why does jamming prevent an artillery strike from happening? We throw a smoke grenade. Allied nations, look. The UN, functionally.
Koreans regroup and start...
사령관님은 이 전염병을 우리나라에서 없앨 것입니다.
Colonel Pang will see you.
Yes, the mercenary. The one piece in this game that moves where I want and strikes as I need.
You're welcome.
One of my armor battalions has engaged 2 companies of North Korean tanks in Taechan. The battle cannot last long for either side. The Taechan reactor is in disrepair, and the whole area is bathed in radioactivity. If you will help them, I will provide you with the location of Dr. Han, who is the director of President Song's nuclear weapons program. He's also your Jack of Hearts. Talk to Lou if this business appeals to you.
I do like making money. That sounds about usual for a typical Telltale length, Rose. We'll see. Depends on how long we push through this one. If we beat this game today, I might push Resurgence to tomorrow. Because that'll fill, you know, the weekend slot pretty neatly. And then we can do Shoot His Blood and Teeth Monday. And then just keep following the schedule normally after that. The other one I was thinking about is Modern Warfare 2R, just to get that over with.
I knew we could count on Peng for another face card.
Oh, yes. We can always count on Peng to do what's in Peng's best interest.
Alright, so I feel like it's a bad idea, but we're going to do it anyways. Because I have a feeling that a helicopter does not qualify as shielded from radiation. Find out in a second.
That can't be good.
Get out of the vehicle. Oh my god. Well, this is my life now.
용병이다. 돌격!
Radioactive, radioactive. Sorry.
It might be a good idea to move Dr. Han away from the reactor. You may not survive waiting for the extraction helicopter while being bombarded with radiation.
Working on it.
Tank shells.
공격해!
Oh god, I'm not even sure I'm walking the right direction. I think I'm not. Oh god, I think I just went exactly the wrong way. Oh geez, where am I? Where am I? Okay. This is the radioactive filter act. Radioactive. Radioactive. Listen, I just gotta get this guy out of here. Everything's gonna be fine. There we go. Okay, we can put him down now. Of course not. Of course there's a tank right here. Why wouldn't there be? Oh my god, you little snot. I mean, the factions will... You'll lose rep with a faction for helping another faction, if that's what you mean. And avoiding that is one of the major gameplay mechanics of the game. It's how the disguise and stealth system comes into play. And there are tank controls. And this tank is also not radiation protected. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What? Where did you come from?
This thing is about to blow.
Looks like Sun's forces have been pushed back a bit.
Okay.
They still seem to have a strong presence around the reactor, though.
Well, where's my health thing I called for earlier? Because I did call for a health thing, and I can't help but notice that it's not here.
Need to patch myself up.
How is... Oh my god.
Medic when you need one.
Okay, I'm on my way. I'm badly damaged. Special delivery.
Please drop that before you die. Thanks. Okay. Unfortunately, I don't know where the other AAA is, or AAA, AA is. Oh my god! I can't even see all the tanks. There's so many tanks shooting at me. And we're dead. I need a minute. Let me ask you an odd question, Judo Joker. What about the faction system do you think is positive worthy? Not trying to be attacky, just honestly curious. So if that's true, Judo Joker, then obviously I'm misunderstanding something. Because that sounds like it's possible to play through the game and not do all the missions. You know, what we're doing. Last I checked, and I am clearly wrong about this, the missions were MSQ.
For another face card?
So please elaborate.
We can always count on Peng to do what's in Peng's best interest.
So taking out the aces is MSQ, right? How do you activate an MSQ mission without doing the faction missions? Oh, I'm great, Evo. I'm great. I am fine. So,
looks like Song's forces have been pushed back a bit. They still seem to have a strong presence around the reactor, though.
how do you gain intel without doing the missions? And don't say the numbered cards. That's an answer, but it's not the answer I'm looking for. Okay, Evo. I am, as ever,
Well, that's going to be good.
a terrible dancing monkey.
Time to bail out.
I was trying... Game, could you stop sucking for 5 seconds? 5. That's all I'm asking for.
Need to patch myself up.
돌격! 퇴각! 나쁜 놈! 공격해!
2 face cards, huh? But you only get 1 face card per faction. So how do you get another face card? Well, I guess the factions aren't all mutually exclusive, are they? Yeah, about your present.
Though a director of General Song's Chemical Weapons Division, Colonel Zhong Nam-gyong.
Okay, well that does explain a few things. So I've been running under the assumption that the faction missions are MSQ, mandatory or intended mandatory.
Is perhaps a fatal blow to Kang's Weapons Division.
So in that case, I still don't think the faction system is a positive, but I'm not going to give it a negative. I was leaning towards it, but I hadn't decided yet, Judo Joker. Like, you ever seen one of those game ideas which is like, oh, that'd be cool, but actually it's just irritating? Like, in practice, it's just irritating? That's what the faction system feels like to me, assuming everything is MSQ. Well, if you think it adds replayability, Zach Teft, I am listening for your argument.
Where's a medic when you need one?
You know, I've killed like 8 tanks just in this particular timeline. Like 8. And they're still there, and they're still spawning, and they're still killing me. Because there's just an infinite amount of tanks in this mission.
Well, that can't be good.
Yeah, we actually had extraordinarily bad luck there with no health drops at all. Thank you, Cybercom. I could see that being a second replayability positive, Zactat. Probably not the first one, though. That's a dumb statement for 2 reasons, Euro. I guess 3. We'll go with 3. Oh, that's a dick move. Like, first of all, deciding specifically not to play a game for no other reason other than the graphics, that's impressive. Second of all, what about WoW's graphics is GameCube-y? And third of all, implying that GameCube-y graphics are bad. I guess I should go back to Mercenaries. That's actually kind of funny to think about. Of the big MMOs, the most modern one, by a pretty wide margin, is WoW. Yes, this is literally GameCube era graphics. This is PS2. I can think of several GameCube games that look perfectly fine now, and PS2 games, for that matter. I haven't seen the Wii one, but I'll take your word on that. Yeah, Ford Sword's Adventures looks fine now. Prime 1, Prime 2, Mario Sunshine. Twilight Princess. Where am I? I'm going that way. Just it's taking longer than I thought. Okay. I'm glad they liked it, or are liking it. I think the audience for Four Swords Adventures is larger than the number of people who've actually played the game. I think that's how I'll phrase that sentence. Yeah, Four Swords is still console locked to this day. It is trapped on the GameCube. Just like Zelda 2 is functionally console locked. I know there's the Switch with the online console, but that's honestly, it's barely a technically there.
The Queen of Hearts was an experienced and capable...
And I suppose there's nothing really related between those two things, other than the fact that they're the two games that Miyamoto interfered with the most of the Zeldas. And has openly spoken about disliking the most. Look at that, what you will. Go.
Yeah.
Hi, Bragg.
Yeah. 돌격! 그거 이 도라지 같은 놈.
I think what irritates me the most is I pretty much had this mission in the bag, and then like the infinite wave of tanks kept spawning. I can never get the asshole out.
To move Dr. Han away from the reactor. You may not survive waiting for the extraction helicopter while being bombarded with radiation.
Or tank shells.
No.
Like, I just couldn't get far enough away to actually get out because there were just tanks everywhere. Infinite tanks everywhere. Point in case. No.
Chemical Weapons Division, Colonel John Nam-hyung, the Queen of Hearts, was an experienced and capable military commander.
The problem is they spawn, Dakota.
By Allied forces is perhaps a fatal blow to Kang's Weapons Division.
趴下！救命啊！
So, like, what the process would probably involve, and this is why I'm thinking about this in this direction, is I'd have to get into the tank, kill the other tanks, get out of the tank, go up to the guy, pick him up, very slow cutscene picking him up, slowly drag him over to my intended destination, probably get in a tank again. Like, there's this huge delay period in between each tank fight. You know? Oh god, where am I? That's better. If there's a way to knock out the spawn points, I don't know about it. I'm not saying there isn't. I don't know about it. Notice all the tanks all spawn over here in my exfiltration area too. That's cool.
Time to bail out.
Also,
Looks
tanks.
like some forces have been pushed back a bit. They still seem to have a strong presence around the reactor, though.
A little bit, yeah, Yura. That used to be a pretty common way to pull in new players.
Patch myself up.
And they just don't do that anymore.
나쁜 놈.
What the hell just shot me? Because if it was a tank, I swear to God.
Where's a medic when you need one?
죽어! 이 도라지 같은 놈! 침략자들!
Could you stop shooting me for like 5 seconds, please? Thank you. Barely told what I'm looking at.
Need to patch myself up.
We're radioactive. Wait, you can kill these, Judo Joker?
Might be a good idea to move Dr. Han away from the reactor. You may not survive waiting for the extraction helicopter while being
I
bombarded.
thought you couldn't
with
kill the
radiation.
face cards, like, at all. But it wasn't an option. Okay. So that changes the field a little bit.
Reactor though. Reactor though.
Need to patch myself up.
See you around, Silent Fox.
침입자들 꼭두각시.
No, I thought it was mandatory, Judo Joker. Like, dude, I went and played Mega Man. Do you think I would have kept putting up with this if I didn't have to? So that's 2 bits of information I didn't have about the construction of the game. I think between that and a couple of other things, we've earned an info in-game negative. Because that's several bits of how the game operates. The game has not told me at all. What? I mean, I don't, Euro. Get that sucker on a grill. Or boil it, if nothing else.
It's the mercenary!
I'm here to report that the Jack of Hearts, Colonel G1 Han, the leader of General Kang's Circle of 5 scientists and engineers, was killed last night after hours of fighting between Allied forces and North Korean troops.
Oh, is it just the 2? Nah, whatever. How is there a second try of watching a movie, Yura? Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well, then, it's not like she disliked it. Because she didn't even watch it.
I'm here to report that the Jack of Hearts, Colonel G1 Han, the leader of General Kang's Circle of 5 scientists and engineers, was killed last night after hours of fighting between Allied forces and North Korean troops.
They made a second Karate Kid film?
It's the mercenary.
We could use some help around here, mercenary.
He's more than just a general, sir. Kang's in charge of Song's nuclear program. General Chu Kang. No, sir, I did not make it up. I already spoke with administrative. Excuse me, sir, I have an important report coming in. You've done a lot of work for me. Lots of crap I couldn't get done otherwise. Wish I had a more exciting contract for you, but the pay's good either way. Our inspectors are bugging the hell out of me to check out some sites in the area they think are being used to build Song's nukes. Of course, I've been trying to get clearance for the past 2 days. Now help me out here. Take the inspectors to the sites, make sure they don't get shot, and you'll be my new best friend. I know it's not the glamorous action hero stuff you signed up for, but the pay's good.
Apparently Jacobs is good at leadership. That sounds like Phil Lamar to me.
It's one of ours.
You ever dealt with weapons inspectors? They can be very anal.
Great. I love spending time with professional pains in the arse.
Does that have enough room for you? Apparently it does.
Let's go already.
Go to hell. Oh no, it's got tank controls. Oh jeez, okay.
한국 국민들, 우리나라를 뺏으러 온 외국 악마들과 말을 마십시오.
Do you hate yourself, Yura? Is that why you did that? Wow, that guy literally ran in front of my tank and I got fined $10,000 for it. It's like in real life. I know, I'm not actually in a tank. Yeah, yeah. How could you kill that poor defenseless geese? Well, first it ran in front of my car. And then when I tried to swerve to avoid it, it ran in front of my car a second time. I'm pretty sure it was suicidal. I'd have a sit down with the geese. Be like, listen, we need to have a chat. Are things going okay for you right now, Mr. Goose? You really need to be out of my way. Thank you. That car, I don't know if you saw that. I was trying to avoid the car, and the car kept beelining for me. So, you know, the logical thing happened.
Подохни, собака. Pierre!
I have no idea, Yura. Happens when I pause the game, too. And it buffers in... Oh my god, there's a tank. And they're all dead. So... Here's the funny thing. In my proposed mid-mission checkpoint scenario, I wouldn't have a checkpoint yet, because I haven't accomplished anything. I reached the first objective, and then everyone died in 2 hits. I don't know what else to add to that, to be completely honest with you. If we save stated, we wouldn't hear this wonderful music. That's what I'm really all about. I'm just trying to push up the soundtrack.
Подохни, собака!
So we don't really hear music when we're roaming around, which is a very strange choice, by the way. What are you doing? Game, what are you doing? Oh my god! And we lost.
Подохни, собака!
Hey, Judo Jogger. And Zach Deft. Did you play this on the PS2? I think it was San Andreas we managed without cheating last time here. I was even pretty proud of that. But yes, is the answer to your question. No, don't turn. Why are you turning that way?
진입자들 꼭두각시!
How is that a controversial opinion off the deeper end? Again, I think I'm the only person in the world who doesn't like Vice City, but still. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I think preferring Vice City to San Andreas, which is kind of the golden boy game, would be the bigger hot take there. Hey, you like Scarface, right? There you go, Yura. I knew it. I knew that hot take was there. Ready. Waiting.
It's the mercenary!
Okay, I'm on my way. Special delivery.
돌격!
Okay. One down. Yeah, I saw that, Bragwin. The one dude was like, can I ride up there? I like to think my character just glared at him like, what do you think? Yeah, I noticed we're still smoking, which is actually bad because it's interrupting with my ability to see what I'm doing, especially when I'm trying to aim. So that sucks. Round 2, as they say.
공격해! 피해! 피해! 돌격! 피해! 피해! 진입자들 꼭두각시! 공격해! 피해! 돌격! 피해! 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 침략자들!
Oh my god. Stop hiding behind the terrain, please.
후퇴!
As he says, as he runs behind the terrain.
공격해!
Stop trying to live, God. Irritating. No respect. Yeah, I don't know what changed to suddenly allow the smoke to go away. I'm not complaining, I don't know what changed.
돌격!
Don't do it. Don't get in that helicopter. Don't do it.
공격해!
Holy free holy!
Don't do it.
피해!
Alright.
Run!
Crap!
What? What's the issue?
Fall back! Damn! Taking fire!
No, you're not. Get on
Damn.
board the APC.
Let's roll!
Yeah, no, this is a GTA-like through and through. Kind of hoping to take that helicopter, but I guess
Can't be good.
they needed to be evacuated anyways, so whatever. Please don't shoot me, helicopter. In exchange, I will continue to kill your people. But not you.
Pierre!
Something that irritates me a lot about games like this, and this game is absolutely a victim of this problem. AoE doesn't mean AoE. You hit someone with a giant, big, explosive attack, and its actual area of attack is like maybe 5 feet. And it just doesn't do much. Just Cause 2, I think, had that issue as well. Along with a couple other games I could mention. Like, you do... Nothing happens. It's like, oh, okay. I'm going the wrong way. In fact, actually, Ghost Recon Wildlands, a game I tend to praise, has that exact same issue. Generally speaking, you're better off with a precise single target gun and just shooting 15 guys than trying to get all of them in one big explosion. I don't know why these type of games tend to lean that way. Like, I really don't. You'd think that kind of AoE would be easier to program.
Pierre!
That's true, Bletchval. Lord knows when they hit me with the splash of an RPG, that nearly kills me. Oh, explosions not going through walls. That could be it right there. I could see that. It sucks, though. And also, just get rid of the big guns at that point. Don't let me drive a tank if it's literally faster for me to hop out and kill the enemy with a pistol. Real example. Yeah, I'm with Yura. Let's have all the explosions go through walls. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Sometimes there's a value in just letting your players have fun. I know fun is not something to be had in this game, but I think we could be okay with one little snippet of fun in this game. Just one. And we'll go back to the dreary mines. We have a dreary quota to make, see. I'm sorry, Zachtev. That sounds hilarious. So for those who don't reach out, in Mercs 2, there's some AI problems. For example, you can call in a squad of troops on a landing pad, take over an outpost, and they just walk off the pad and die. Whoops. I think you did them a favor, Zachtev. That was the Leroy clan.
Crap!
Crap.
Fall back!
The inspectors have returned with their findings. Allied payment is en route to our accounts.
Yeah, give me my money.
Got one.
No, Yura. Although, I would put down a lot of games earlier. You know, just not finish them. I hit that sunshine point and be like, yep, I'm good. Walk away. Move on to the next game. I know this because that's exactly what I used to do before I started making this my job. Not very useful for review purposes. Oh, but that's what you said, effectively.
Leave our country, imperialist warmongers.
You're the... Okay. What's a game I wanted to put down early, but I'm glad I stuck it out? Ooh, I can think of several of those. Let me think about that. First, thank you, Fife, very, very much. That's right, I have come for your North Korean land, your extremely valuable North Korean land. It's prime real estate, really. So that's going towards Pokemon Soul Silver, Pokemon Black 2, and the BRPG block. Thank you, Fife, very, very much. A game, let me think of a really good example. I hope so, Bracklin. A game I wanted to put down, and I'm glad I stuck it out. You know what? Final Fantasy X-2. Go with an older game.
Good to see you, Merc.
This is the woman I've been waiting for. If anyone's gonna get my boys back, it's you. The
Phrasing.
General Chu Kang had his men capture some of my inspectors. Now they're trying to ransom them back to me. If I have to wait for approval before I can go after those men, Kang will get the time he needs to finish Song's nukes, and those inspectors will be dead.
I think another game I could mention that I'm glad I stuck it out with would be Dragon Age Origins. That's kind of a weird one, because I actually beat Dragon Age Origins the first time. I just hated it. Yeah, don't forget, in FF10-2, you start off with real emotion and some honestly very bad cutscenes. And the first few combat sequences don't really show off how great the combat is, or the job swatching, or anything cool, essentially. Then you have the mandatory tutorial mission, which is that stupid, the mountain, the top of Mount Gagazet. And that's also not a very good mission.
This should be fun, huh? They're likely to just shoot those men the moment they spot you running around in the area.
That's why they pay me the big bucks.
You better get moving. You don't have a lot of time to get to the inspectors.
Shut up then, please. Thank you. But yeah, once you start unlocking dress spheres, once you start actually getting to the job system and the actual missions proper, that's not where I want to be. FF10-2 starts opening up a lot, and it starts becoming, you know, a good game.
Check your email. We've just received word they're offering a bonus if we bring all the inspectors home in one piece.
Yeah, that's nice. But yeah, that's the other thing. Like, that mission also has probably the highest density of Brother being terrible, right there at the beginning. It's not like he's particularly good of a character in general, but most of his bad is right up front. So that's two huge barriers to entry on both story and gameplay. FF10-2 has a pretty bad barrier to entry, I'd say. Let's see, what's something more modern?
It's probably not a good idea to get too close to the site with that chopper. The satellite shows NK anti-air vehicles in the area. There are the inspectors. You may want to get rid of those guards next to them before things get too hot in there. They're going to kill them!
What?
One of the inspectors is being killed. You have to make sure they stay safe, or we might as well knock off for the day.
So anyways, okay, let's try that again. Just call that as a failure and move on. Was it at 45 Village of Stone? From memory, I would say,
Check your email. We've just received word they're offering a bonus if we bring all the inspectors home in one piece.
I don't know if I'd call 10 or 10-2 a better game overall. Like, by all the calculations I put into that consideration. 10 obviously has a stronger story axis, but it's worth noting that 10 also has several weak points in its story, and 10-2 actually has a stronger story than a lot of people give it credit for. Both games have very strong gameplay, but in very, very different ways, and 10-2 also probably
not a good idea
wins
to get
out
too close to the site with that chopper.
in several aspects of
The
gameplay.
satellite shows NK anti-air vehicles
So that's
in
a
the
rough
area.
one. I've replayed both games to death, too.
You may want to get rid of those guards next to them before things get too hot in there.
So, I don't know. I am not accounting for the optional content. Well, I guess I should, because in optional content, 10.2 crushes it. 10.2's optional content is actually probably about 90% of the game. The MSQ is very short in 10.2. In 10, most of the game is MSQ, and the optional content tends to be bad. They're total inverses of each other. 10.2's MSQ is bleh, and 10's MSQ is solid. And 10.2's optional stuff is majority of the content of the game and is awesome, and 10's is a minority of the game, and it's crap. So, yeah.
돌격! 수류탄! 단자!
We're getting this close.
They're going to kill them.
Shoot these people.
공격해!
More North Korean troops are inbound to the site.
Holy crap! 나쁜 놈! 피해! 퇴각! 돌격!
It's kind of a weird one, because it feels strange calling 10.2 a better game than 10, but at the same time, I know which one I would replay more.
피해!
I'd give it a choice, right?
공격해! 나쁜 놈!
That's only one metric, so I don't know. I don't know, that's actually a harder question than I thought, Ross.
피해!
Kinda is, yeah, Ross. Like, both are solid games, obviously. But for very different reasons. Honestly, both games are kind of miracle games, too. 10 was so early in the PS2's lifespan, and they had no idea what they were doing.
Enemy!
Please? There we go.
Hero!
And 10.2 was done on such a shoestring budget and in so little time, and has no right to be as good as it is. Which soundtrack do I like more? Ooh. I'd probably go with 10 in that case. Just 10. Are we good here? Nope, we're not. Can I help you?
Take cover!
One of the inspectors has been killed.
God
You have to make sure they stay
damn
safe.
it, game! Why? You know what? I don't even care. I don't even care. They're dead, and they deserve to die. They deserve to die for being like, you know what? I think the safest possible safe place is for me to stand right next to the guy who's shooting my protector so that he's guaranteed to shoot me too. Thank God. Oh, I was tired of being alive. Do you know how frustrating it is having to constantly breathe and eat and drink and sleep? Ugh. If only there was a way I didn't have to do any of that stuff anymore. Wait, I've got an idea. A brilliant idea. Get in the freaking car! Get in the car before you join your friend.
The satellite shows North Korean forces set up roadblocks to stop anyone from leaving the area.
That's great. Yeah, this advertisement brought to you by The Scourge. Are you tired of all that crap? Join us. Oh, that's an awful place for that roadblock. All right, come here, guys. Come here. Get in the chopper. Get to the chopper. No, really. You're not listening to... Get in the freaking chopper!
What are you waiting for?
You! I'm waiting for you! You asshat! In fact, it's literally an asshat. Because you are such an ass, you took an ass, ripped it off of a guy, and then put it on your own frickin' head like a dingus or a serial killer. I'm not sure which, honestly. Get out of the plane. Get out. Get out. Get out.
The intel those inspectors gathered is worth a lot to the Allies. They've already wired the money to our account. Another job well done.
That was not a job well done. That was a job that was sloppy, terrible, and awful. Do not lie to me. Do not blow smoke up my ass. Unlike that guy over there, I do not enjoy smoke going up my ass. God damn it. I also think 10.2 has better characterization, as weird as that sounds. Maybe characterization's the wrong word.
There's a number card nearby. Check your radar for the location.
Because, like, you think, what? No, those characters are terrible, but you're probably thinking of the main three. Yeah, the party members. Because, you know, the party members in 10-2, well, only one of them gets any characterization at all. That's Pain. Everything else, Yuna is just there for the ride. And Riku turns into for the entire game and is a negative to story. But then there's everybody else, except for Brother. Like, every other character suddenly becomes a character in 10-2, and they weren't in 10. Kimahri's the obvious example, but there are dozens of NPCs who are from 10 who only get any actual, you know, anything, any personality traits, any character arcs, any preferences, anything in 10-2. So it's weird. Because it's like the exact opposite in 10, right? All the character stuff being done is entirely focused on the party members in 10, except for Kimahri. And the side characters might as well not even be there. Even Seymour, functionally the main villain, has so little going for him. He wants everyone to die because life sucks. Like, that's it. And obviously that's not exactly unknown when it comes to Final Fantasy villains. But there's so much more they could have done to flesh him out, which they didn't! Like, if you're not paying attention, you might even miss the fact that the dude was banished as a child and had to live with his mother by virtue of having screwed up the local customs and taboos, right? Like, it's off there in the corner. It's barely there. And never mind the actual central three villains. Cid's okay. I'll give you Cid.
Наемник.
Looking for some extra cash, eh?
And obviously, Brother's just there in 10. In fact, real talk, I didn't notice Brother existed in 10 until I played 10-2, and then went back to 10. It was like, there's Brother!
Мы много денег зарабатываем. Правда? Правда?
All right, my best friend, the mercenary. I take care of you, right? I take good care of you, and you help me out. Speaking of which, the South Koreans know we're here in Yongbyon. Why else would they be camping out on my doorstep? I need you to get rid of them, and the village that they're hiding in.
You want me to kill a village?
Those guys, they haven't learned yet. The South Koreans, the Chinese. They need to realize it's in their best interest to keep my happy.
I mean, Yuna, Ross, 100%. Tidus is a viewpoint character, not the main character.
I want...
Yeah, I think we need to kill the Russian mafia. And also in the game. Who, Ross?
So they seem a little wigged out to you?
You mean a little more wigged out? Yeah, big time.
Yeah, Tidus is a catalyst, and he is, just like I planned for him to be in R10. But he's not really the main character. I'm not sure if I'm going to continue that in R10, though. Because Tidus is definitely the X factor for R10. We can't have Jack be the main character. He's just a washed-up, pro... I think we decided blitzball player. I knew it, Evo. I knew it! Plotting against me. The evil, demonic twins of Evo and Giga. No, you're absolutely right, Blade Jabal. And for the longest time, I sort of assumed that was on purpose. I guess it kind of is. But it's more like they got lucky because they wanted Jecht to be that. The problem was Jecht didn't have that idealism or optimism. He was already too drunk and broken of a shell to be that.
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
Okay. Oh no, I can't get back up to my helicopter. Fine. This game is just... This is the best PS2 2005 game I've ever played. There's your back-of-the-box quote. Quick. Real quick. What other PS2 games came out in 2005? Let's see if that's actually a true statement or not. There it is. Yeah, I was in a weird way in 2005. I believe I was literally in a wheelchair, if I'm remembering the timeline correctly. Yeah, I was trying to think about how to get the jammer, but I don't think I can without going in there. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, and we're dead. Wow, we are so water soluble. We are so water soluble. I mean, it's not quite as bad as Vice City, which is just insta-death, but it might as well be. Yeah, I'm right. 2005, I was in a wheelchair. So, yeah, I sort of, It was a little different. Well, let's not try to land and get a high viewpoint this time. Let's just get in there and take out the damn jamming device.
Your SNS signal's being jammed.
How do you do, my fellow South Koreans?
Well, that can't be good.
Well, you just destroyed my ride, so it's only appropriate that you provide me one in return. I can move.
That can't be good.
Okay. Well, jamming's taken out now. Jesus, I'm gonna leave now. Bye. I don't know why y'all want to kill me so badly, but could you quit for 5 seconds, please?
Need to patch myself up.
Time splitters! There you go.
Well, that can't be good.
There. I'm in neutral territory again.
There's a medic when you need one.
You're gonna stop trying to kill me, right? Okay. Stop trying to kill me. Yeah, well, that can't be good. First of all, let's heal.
Okay, I'm on my way.
I did not know that, Yura. Is it any good?
Special delivery.
Hey Ross, since you're here, how much of a role do you think Jecht should have in R10-2? Random question. See what our range is on this. Probably not very far. Yep, he's going to be in 10-2 regardless. We've already decided that. It's the only place he can be in, honestly. Okay, so there's our range. Pretty much the other side of the river. How do I stop Airstriking. How do I stop airstriking? Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay.
Roger, target received.
Yeah, that's pricey. But
Bombs
whatever.
free.
Money exists for a reason, right? Well, he's not in 10 at all, like I said, Ross. So, Arject is obviously not a particularly good father. He was someone... We're not actually 100% on any of this, but this is the current framework. He was a pro blitzball player. Either, probably of one of the towns that Baron conquered. And as a direct consequence, he was then forced to play blitzball for Baron. So he also happened to have a one-night stand with a woman, which resulted in Titus happening. She bailed for one reason or another, and that left him taking care of Titus by himself while managing his own stress and strain of having to deal with, you know, being part of an occupied territory, as well as being forced to play a sport, which now he is on the, you know, the Baronian Red Wings, for example. So he's not particularly fond of any of this, and Titus, as a specific way of trying to rebel and push away from him, joined the Baronian military back before 4, actually. As a result, yeah, you get it, Savacom. As a result of his time, well, he's still a pretty bad father, to be very clear. But yeah, the idea is for him to not be, like, directly and horrifically abusive. More like just a guy who has absolutely no idea what he's doing. Anyways, Titus, to get away from him and to push back against him, decided to join the military instead of get into sports like his dad wanted him to. So he ends up joining up with the Baronian military. Ends up doing quite well during the campaign of RFF4. And having him move forwards until finally he ends up getting the attention of the burgeoning soldier program, which actually got started during RFF4, technically in like the early prototype phases. I do not see a way in here that doesn't involve just walking across that bridge and dying immediately. So Titus is superhuman, but he's like the low end of superhuman, right? You know, he's not cloud levels. He's early tier. How would he be a nincompoop? Quite the opposite. He wouldn't be a nincompoop at all. He would probably be one of the most competent and capable people on Spira. That's the point. Spira has no military. Spira has no weapons. They've never needed or wanted it for any such thing. He's the only one there who actually knows how to fight anything. Wrong button. He wouldn't be Titus. Good. All right, so... immediately after that, obviously, the events of FF10 happen, and Sin is removed, and Spira is opened up to the rest of the world. Cool. But... is that the only helo I can deliver? Yes, Mr. Red. Also, you're fired. Yeah, whatever. I'll just do this one, I guess. But here's the thing. So FF10-2 stars Yuna, Riku, and Pain, obviously. And they're doing what we're calling the World Tour. The whole point of 10-2, narratively, is to try and set up a little bit of the rest of the world. Most especially 12, 9, and 8, with a little bit of 7. I think I want to be over here. Yep, I do. During the world tour, the idea, this is Savacom's idea here, so I'll give her credit on this. The idea that was posited is that, no, 6 is being established by everything. Everything leads up to 6. So the idea here is that in 10-2, one of the trips that they're going to be making is to Baron. And while in Baron, she's going to want to see the star player of the Baronian Red Wings. And there's going to be what is effectively a confrontation scene between Yuna, who's only ever heard about Jecht from Tidus, so obviously, a thing, and Jecht, who, until pretty recently, or possibly even still as of this moment, thinks his son is dead. And that has a lot of potential, and I don't feel like the need to go into the specifics. I think you get the general gist of that. So that's the current framework of Jecht's role in things. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. Tidus is still alive as of 10-2, obviously. So yes, obviously he'll be referenced in 10-2. And let's just do this. Oh, they saw me do that and I lost rep for it. Somehow. How did I lose rep for that?
We've received an update to the contract. An allied tank lost its way near the temple.
Yeah, I think you're right, Dakota. Let's just try to get some straight-up distance going, see if that helps anything. Nope. Still a major rep loss. Whatever. At that point, I might as well just roll in with a tank. Although I am trying to minimize casualties, so I minimize rep loss, so I guess that's something. Oh yeah, I actually had a similar idea, Sopicon. Jecht would probably be overjoyed to find out that Tidus is alive. And that Tidus' girlfriend/fiance is right here. Like, that would be a moment of pride and joy and happiness. And she comes in expecting Hitler, right? That would probably throw her pretty hard. Yeah, and Jecht's just a dude.
거기 누구야?
Yes, pain. So one of the things, I know you're not familiar with this, Ross, but one of the requirements we made for ourselves is that is what we're calling hard mode. None of the playable characters can be ejected from the narrative. So we could have it be Lulu, but then pain would still have to exist, right? So we might as well just make it Pain. And since we already have a vague idea that Pain's a member of the new seed, that'll be a nice lead into 8 as well.
There's nothing left of the village.
Ooh, special. What the? Oh, it's just debris. It's fine. It's fine. Actually, I had no intention to connect Lulu and Waka at all. I was hesitant because in my mind, almost all the characters are probably fairly traumatized by years and years of sin. And so, but Blake Javal hates traumatized characters, so I'm trying to satisfy him with that requirement.
That can't be good.
But the idea here is that, so Spira has been locked away from the world by sin for, I think it's about 180 years. Pretty long chunk of time. They're very insular. They're having, like, some resource issues. There's certain aspects of their culture that are very truncated. They effectively don't even have a proper economy. You know. One of the ideas that was posited, and I like this idea, is that they still have the one sport, right? And that's the one thing that they do to try and uplift their spirits. We decided pretty early on it couldn't be Blitzball, But Wu suggested it be chocobo racing, which actually lines up pretty neatly with several other things, so I'm thinking of leaning in that direction. So, kind of more the Breath of Fire 3 thing, Dakota, which I think is what you were referencing there. In other words, so let me rewind a second. Sin doesn't leave the other continents because it has no reason to do so. Back when Exdeath first showed up, the people of Spira decided to come up with their own solution to the Exdeath problem. They came up with Sin, and Sin was, it's actually in many ways, although they don't know this, Sin is actually in many ways very similar to Exdeath. It is a person who has been infused with a tremendous amount of direct magical power in order to turn it into kind of like a roaming magical weapon thing, right? Now, the difference is Exdeath just went completely bonkers for reasons I don't want to get into right now. But Sin just has the 30 go to 10 programming. I wouldn't even call this thing a creature. You notice I keep calling Sin it. This is a program which is running. This is a bunch of magical energy that is running through a program. Nothing can come in to the Isles, and nothing can go out. And that's the basic programming. It's defense. It's there to defend against Exdeath, which is supposed to also be, I think it's ironic, as in literally ironic, because Exdeath is long gone. So Sin's protecting them from nothing for a century and a half. Anyways, so that's what I mean when I say Spirit is completely self-contained. And Sin just does this, right? Now you're probably wondering, how does Tidus get here? So Tidus is going to get here completely by accident after the planetary merger, and is going to come in on an airship, military-grade airship, and Tidus is, if you're paying attention earlier, literally superhuman, which enables him to survive the destruction and crash of the airship. He's going to be the only survivor of that particular incident. And he's going to be very much an outsider, because he didn't even know this island chain existed like a week ago, right? Proto-Soldier, exactly. In fact, same program. The merger didn't glitch Sin's program, no. Sin is just... So, one of the big character arcs, plot arcs, thematic arcs I want to do, Sin has to be recharged periodically. And one of the most easiest ways to produce magical energy within this setting is to convert life energy into magical energy. This is something that's actually already been presented in RFF2 and RFF1, if you're paying attention. So, the way they keep recharging Sin is because they keep metaphorically shoveling people into the coal fire, right? This is something they've been doing for, again, a century and a half at this point. They have this whole ritual built around it. There's a whole culture centered around it. But, you know, the people go, they sacrifice, they go on the pilgrimage, they sacrifice themselves. Sin is recharged and we're saved. But there's been a movement going for years and years and years now that maybe we should stop doing this. And so one of the big strifes, one of the big, again, thematic points of the game is, I agree with that off the deeper end. Should we keep doing this? Should we keep sacrificing? Should we find some other way to defend ourselves? Do we even need this to defend ourselves? Is this a kind of thing? Yeah, at least 2 generations. Look, I want people who have children who have been considering stopping the sacrifice thing. And we're going to have the various people, everyone's going to have their own opinion on that matter and what they should do about it and how they should deal with it. And that's going to be a big talking point through the course of 10. The problem is it's mostly moot because nobody knows what the hell's going on outside of the island until Tidus shows up. I said it earlier, he's the X Factor. All of a sudden, they know there is an outside world that is out there, that functions, that exists. There are survivors, there are people. They probably don't know what the merger is yet. That doesn't matter, though. From their perspective, they are not alone in the world, which is what a lot of people have been presuming for, generations at this point. And so now they have a whole lot more reason to stop the sacrifices. But there's other issues with that, right? Because, what you have then is just a draining machine that might start having some issues with the programming. So we need to start actually bringing this sucker down. How do we bring this sucker down? Well, there's this guy named Sid. He's had this idea for a Machina cannon for a while, but he can't quite make it work. Because what he's thinking is shove a bunch of fiends, because remember, life energy can equal magical energy, into the cannon in order to power the sucker up and blast a hole into the center of the Sin construct, right? But nobody can fight the Fiends. Nobody has any military or fighting expertise on this little island chain. But there's this guy named Titus who just showed up. And yeah, exactly, Savacom. Like I said, they're not even going to understand the fact that they're not on the same planet anymore. So Fiends are a big deal. Actually, the opposite of that. Contend with what, Dakota?
Наемники здесь, чтобы увидеть Сергея.
Fiends. Ah. I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because I'm in the middle of a cutscene, but Fiends are a contained issue. They're not a problem.
Friend, the mercenary. I take care of you, right? I take good care of you, and you help me out. Speaking of which, I've got a man in Shinyuiju. He takes care of things for me. I bring him diamonds, forged passports, all sorts of things that are small and easy to transport. He takes them, brings me money. We all love money, right? I've got some items for him. You get them, bring them to him. I give you a cut. And, make it quick. He's been waiting for a while already.
Although we could do something else with the Fiends, too. I'm welcoming ideas, always, because
He might get nervous and bolt. You keep sitting here.
most of this is still in the conceptual phase.
I don't think we'll have to put up with him for much longer.
That would be nice, Logue. Oh god, she was in the Paratroopers. And SAS. Well, the main thing that the Fiends serve, narratively speaking, is to be the beat-em-up target. So, sorry, I haven't actually talked about that yet. The gameplay of FF10 is beat-em-up. Oh! Right, I actually forgot about that, Dakota. I'm sorry, you're absolutely right. I forgot a very critical step in the story. One moment.
Give us much lead time on this one.
It's about what I'd expect from him. No organization. The man is one step away from total chaos.
You know
Okay.
what I think?
Shut up!
Sergei's operating out of his league.
Damn it.
And he's getting more paranoid as he expands his business.
Are you done talking? Jesus Christ. Like, don't talk while there's a literal timer going. So, sorry, I did forget a major component there. Yeah, there's just a sports car out here. What in God's name? So, Genova. Genova is one of the big sea changes for the whole setting, and it's one of the biggest things that divides the first half of the FFs from the last half of the FFs. Genova in our version is is cancer. It is life stream cancer. Too much okay. Too much overgrowth, right? Way too much life stream energy, which is growing completely out of control and having all kinds of fun, horrible, as the plot demands, effects as a consequence of that. Hello?
Fall back!
Get in the
Let's
car.
roll.
Where are we going next? Okay. So, obviously that happens back in FF5, which means that predates FF10. I'm not sure of the time gap in between 5 and 10 yet. It kind of doesn't matter as long as there is a time gap there. So, no, Genova can't be a virus because all Genova is a natural byproduct of two planets' life streams merging artificially. Well, now, hang on. Hear me out, Blitteval. So...
You're really cutting things close.
Shut up. Come on. Oh, absolutely, Kira noise. Are you gonna get in the car?
Time's up. Mission failed.
Okay. So, to continue. there's too much live stream. That's one of the biggest reasons why Sin needs to be dealt with right now.
Sergei didn't give us much lead time on this one.
It's about what I'd expect from him. No organization. The man is one step away from total chaos.
You know what I think?
What?
Sergei's operating out of his league, and he's getting more paranoid as he expands his business.
We done here? Okay, good. Sin is affected by Genova. Very, very, very simply. So, Sin is affected by Genova, and as a direct consequence, Sin has to be dealt with. That's kind of a necessary component of the story, because otherwise, if they just stopped the sacrifices, the problem would be over, right? Sin would peter out, that would be the end of it, we're good, we're done, everything's cool. But because of the Genova problem, Sin is now going, you know, out of control. Sin is causing issues on a large scale and needs to be brought down or dealt with. They probably could still wait it out, and that's probably the thing that would happen if Titus didn't show up. But even that's not guaranteed, because Genova could be powering Sin after all. It's a lot of energy. Either way, the Fiends were the other big thing. My idea, I can't even believe I forgot this, but I suppose I'm a little bit distractible today, is that Fiends didn't exist prior to the... Get out! Fiends didn't exist prior to Genova.
Наемник.
In other words, the... yeah, exactly. Get in! Or are we done? Okay, you know, I don't even care. I don't even care. The overall point is that one way or another, there's a pretty good chance that if they just waited Sin out years ago, there would be no issue. And they could have just rejoined the greater world. They didn't, so they can't anymore. It's too late now. They've passed the point where that's a feasible thing to do. So my idea was that the Fiends... God damn it. My idea was that the Fiends are more or less exactly what they were in FF10. But the only reason they exist at all is because of Genova. In other words, that Fiends weren't until Genova got in the way, right?
You sure are taking a while.
Go to hell. Where are you going? Oh my god.
Hurry up!
I'm going to murder you. I want you to know that, Fiona.
조심해.
I'm going to murder your face.
Time's up. Mission failed.
저기야! 여기로. 죽어 이 바보야.
Once again, there's that trial and error gameplay. Now that I have a bit more idea of what I'm doing, I can approach the upcoming area appropriately and figure out what the hell I'm actually supposed to do. Of course, normally, that would involve going through the entire mission all over again from scratch. So, that's why the checkpoint thing is a problem. I mean, I wish she'd shut up, Zaktaff, but other than that, she's fine. Yeah, there you go, Blacheville, you're getting it.
Check your radar for the location.
Part of the problem I'm having, and this is a problem, is that I haven't really had a lot of time to devote to the rewrite lately. So most of my thoughts on the matter are kind of vague and incomplete, especially because, you know, I've already changed my mind a few dozen times on certain specific points, like what the Fiends were.
You're really cutting things close.
It'd be nice if she'd stop telling me I suck. That would also be a thing that would improve my general opinion of her. I mean, people have been tossing out a lot of ideas, which is exactly what I want, of course. Could you stop running out in front of me while I'm trying to drive somewhere? Like, I know I'm only in a sports car right now, but seriously, quit it. So which Zelda would I most want to see a sequel for? Twilight Princess, Tears of the Kingdom, Majora's Mask, or Wind Waker? Keeping in mind, we already have a sequel for Wind Waker. It's called Spirit Tracks. What do you guys think? What's your answer to that?
No! Граната! О! 공격해! Схватить! Пе!
I would pick Twilight, 100%. Like I said, Wind Waker already has a sequel, so that's out of the list. Majora ended pretty conclusively and doesn't need a sequel. And honestly, ditto with Tears. Also, Ocarina already has a sequel. It's called Wind Waker.
Hey! 공격해! 퇴각!
This is so wonderful that this is happening. This is exactly what I wanted. I can't move! I can't move! Okay.
别！进攻！ наемник!
Okay, that's everything. Drop it off and we've got a fat paycheck on the way. Hurry up!
Fiona, I'm going to rip out your lungs and strangle you to death with them. Twilight and Wind Waker are both direct sequels to Ocarina, yes.
Where's a medic when you need one?
So Ocarina already has 2 sequels.
Okay, I'm on my way.
Eternus, why would you do that?
They're shooting at me.
Yeah, they nearly killed me earlier. Don't hear me whining about it.
Special delivery.
Losing the car, I'm a little bit upset about, but not the fact that they're trying to kill me. Please drop the car. Sir, put the car down. Thank you.
공격해! 趴下！别！开火！进攻！
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'm just playing this game. Sorry, Judo. And Zach Taft. But this game is bound and determined for me not to like it. It wants me to hate it more than I already do. It wants me. It wants me to loathe it. It wants me to just spit venom at it. It wants me to look upon it and scream obscenities at my monitor. Oh, my back. Yeah, I hear nothing but positive things about it. And I'm going to be as nice as I possibly can. I have no idea why. I'm sorry. I really don't mean an insult by that, but I cannot imagine enjoying this game. I don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah, it's like Beyond Good and Evil all over again. This is one of the best games ever made. Really? Really? Yeah! Like, I usually see Beyond Good and Evil on one of the top, like, 10 game lists for PS2, and in general, like, one of the top 100 game lists in general, like, for all consoles, for all everything. It's one of the reasons why I get so worried every time someone suggests I play a beloved classic. Now, we're using save states to improve the overall situation. But you know how I just slightly slipped over the edge of the water and couldn't get out of the water in time to get out of the water myself, and then drowned to death thanks to the water solubility thing? Literally 10 feet from the end of the mission? You saw that happen, right? You saw that happen just now. Well, if we're not playing on an emulator, you know what you have to do?
Sergey didn't give us much lead time on this one.
It's about what I'd expect from him. No organization. The man is one step away from total chaos.
You know what I think?
What?
Sergey's operating out of his league, and he's getting more paranoid as he expands his business.
And now we just do the mission again. Because that's the type of game this is. And this was very common in this era of gaming. It's one of the reasons I tended to bounce off of games in this era. Yeah, no, exactly. It's very GTA 3. The missions aren't even long as you don't make any mistakes, but it's extraordinarily easy to make mistakes, and extremely punishing if you do. And yeah, Vice City, another great example.
Locked and loaded.
And that's true. In GTA, at least you don't... So, okay, one way this game is superior to GTA, and I'll actually 100% give that, is you just restart the mission. Instead of restarting it like the hospital, for example, then running back to the mission starter, then going through the cutscene, skippable cutscene, and then, you know, starting the mission over again. So I will give it that. And yeah, 4... Oh my god, 4. There's so... It's so easy. It's so easy to lose minutes of time due to have made what is effectively a very, very minor mistake and having to start the entire mission over again. Now, Judo Joker asked me a question, and I owe you an answer to that question, Judo Joker. Let me ask you a question in return before I answer you. How honest do you want me to be? I think this is a more interesting concept than a good game. Something we've encountered several times before, where the idea is sufficiently unique and interesting as to essentially be the price of admission, right? And a lot of people are more, and we've covered this before. In fact, I've had commenters confirm this assertion, that people are more interested in unique ideas for games rather than good games. Yeah, like Psychonauts 1. Or my personal example, which is a game we haven't actually covered yet, is Star Wars Rebellion.
You're really cutting things close.
Which is a Star Wars grand strategy game with a lot of cool and interesting ideas. That is a bad game. I've replayed a lot of that game, not because it was a particularly good game, but because it was a unique game. And that's what this feels like. Obviously, it's GTA-like, but I do like a lot of the ideas they have brought to the table. I do like how they have iterated upon the formula. I do not like how the citizens keep jumping out in front of me as I'm trying to drive down the road. That's not something I like. But I don't like how the fences are indestructible. I don't like how the HP of the vehicles is paper. I don't like how the fact that we can die in seconds to things we couldn't even see, either being run over or by an explosion which came from off camera. I don't like the lack of visibility and feedback. I don't like the fact that the game controls like ass. I don't like the fact that it feels like I am penalized horribly every time I do anything wrong on any level. In answer to your question, I think this is a bad game. But I do think it's an interesting game. It's a unique game. It's a concept game that with some time and some polish and some quality of life features could be turned into an amazing game. That is my opinion. No anger, no joy, no nothing. No nostalgia. Might be another reason to go ahead and someday actually cover that second game. No. Please.
Okay, that's everything. Drop it off and we've got a fat paycheck on the way.
It's something we were talking about. Absolutely, Judo Joker. It's something we were talking about the other day. Jank can absolutely increase the enjoyment of a game, but can also get in the way of the enjoyment of a game. And there is definitely some PS2 jank in this game.
Hurry up!
And I do think the jank is getting in the way of my enjoyment of this game in particular.
Hey! 开火!
퇴각! 나쁜 놈!
Sergei's toys have been delivered. Mafia payment is en route to our account.
Actually, no, Eternus. Well, you'll notice the story axis is pretty much completely positive, Judo Joker. I stand by that. I'm with Yura. The vibe is interesting. And yeah, that was an end of an island mission. Going back to the GTA thing. And you see what I mean, right? I've already talked about the trial and error gameplay, but I think I just gave a perfect example of what trial and error gameplay really looks like. Because once I knew where I was going and what to do at each stop, I was fine. But that involved multiple reloads, which involves redoing the mission over and over again. I asked a question earlier and didn't get any actual answer to it. So I'm going to ask it one more time in the off chance anybody wants to answer it. How did you beat this on the PS2? In which there was no save stating, just redoing the mission over and over and over again. I have a feeling I know the answer to that question, but I am curious of your answer. Because I know my own answer for that exact same type of question from when I used to play games like this back in the day. And the answer is just pushing through it, because we had more time when we were younger, and so we would just grind through the mission again and again and again. It's the same way I beat GTA 3 without cheating back in the day. Because yeah, you just smash your face against the brick wall until you have succeeded. Yeah, we also had less games back then. Not because less games existed, but because we had access to less games. I mean, how many games have you discovered in the last 5 years from the 90s or early aughts that you never heard of, that you actually enjoy? I can think of quite a few games that fulfill that example for me personally. But we didn't know about them then because, you know, all we had was magazines, or maybe we didn't. And, you know, word of mouth. And that was kind of it, right? And yeah, Ace Combat 5. A pretty good game, if you'll remember, other than the fact that every screw-up meant redoing everything from word go, right? And that gets frustrating. Thank you, Eternus, for all that support. Much obliged. Much appreciated. Yeah, it scored 50th even with the mid-mission checkpoint issues. I think that says all it needs to. Now, hang on. That was all... that was 20 subs. Jesus. I do think some games that are older have aged well. But, like, as much as I praise certain specific games from the NES and the SNES and the N64 and the PS1 and the PS2 and the GameCube, I think it's the full list. The fact of the matter is, I think those are the exceptions, especially percentage-wise, right? For every Mega Man 5, we had 50 other games on the NES, which were just... ugh. Right? So that's this much. You know the question, Eternus. Oh god, Top Gun, yeah. How many of you actually played Top Gun on the NES? I have. That game sucks. I don't know if it's the lowest density, but it's probably pretty far down there. Hi, Mr. Floyd Pinkerton, excuse me. I wanted to like Top Gun because the idea was interesting, and I liked the movie. Absolutely, Just Shaddix. Look at the DS. The DS has a lot of trash games on it, but it's still the best-selling console ever to this very day, or at the very least tied with it. And, you know, it has some really, really, really good games on it. But yeah, it's when we started calling that particular brand of gaming shovelware, because that's when it really started to take off. Space Marine 2? Hang on. I'm going to spoil the plot of Space Marine 2 right now. I don't know what the plot is. I haven't seen the plot. I haven't played the game, and I haven't watched any footage or trailers or reviews or anything, okay? So, we're fighting against the Tyranids, but then chaos! Lorzhok! It's chaos! I am interested in Space Marine 2. I think it's on the list. Oh god, I've played Friday the 13th on the NES. I've played Jekyll and Hyde on the NES. Anyways. Ikari Warriors. Ah! That is true, Blade Chaval. That's absolutely true. You're absolutely right. I am no stranger. I am a victim of this problem as well. There are plenty of games I thought would score well that didn't. And that's not a new trend. You remember when I thought Mario Sunshine would score well? And I can explain why. It's because I really liked the first part of that game. I stand by that. When we did a re-review, or rather when we reviewed it, the first part of the game held up very well. Then we hit the amusement park. Probably Bullets of Snow. I did. That's actually absolutely true, Judo Joker. You're right. The amusement park is what I personally list as the official moment Sunshine starts plummeting in quality. A lot of the worst and most aggravating shines are from that point and after. And the really bad levels come out after that. So. Okay. A favorite mission so far? Honestly, I liked killing the Russians when I was trying to do so without being detected. That one has stuck out in my mind. I'm not even sure why, but it has, as being an interesting puzzle. It was a fairly simple puzzle, but it was still interesting, and I liked, you know, pushing through that. I also was a fan of the, oh god, which mission was that? It was yesterday. can't remember. We had to go grab something. We had to go steal something for the Russians. Is this a stealth game? It's got a stealth feature. And I've never tried Mooncake, no, Act. I did like grabbing the jammer. That was a good sequence. There. The rocket launcher. That was it. That was it. That was the one I was thinking of. God. Okay. How could Space Marine not be on the list? Not that I disbelieve you, but I think you're lying to me, Eternus. I'll look at something in a minute, once that loads. Kicking the jammer into the sea was pretty enjoyable, I'll give you that. Jank, but enjoyable. Okay, 1 second. I spit upon it, Act, I think is the simplest way I can put it. By the way, I already had no plans to buy a PS5. I am extraordinarily not buying a PS5 Pro. I am not that well off, financially. Very true, Subacom. There it is. There's Space Marine 2. Space Marine 2 is on the frozen list because nobody put any money towards it for 171 days. I knew it was already on the list. I would admit no small amount of very vindictive, spiteful enjoyment if the PS5 Pro, you know, just flopped. Completely flopped. Yeah, I hope it bombs. I really do. And not just because screw them, but because it would also then be funny if the Master Switch is actually a really good console and is coming out in like, what is it? 5 months now, something like that? Hang on, where are we at? October, November, December, January, March. Yeah, 6 months, 6 months, excuse me. And then just crushes it. I would admit, I have no real reason for wanting that other than pure spite, and I admit that. Probably Hira. Absolutely, Sevicom. 311,000 downvotes. I know that's not necessarily indicative, but that does amuse me. Sure thing, Eternus. We're Sony. And we're extremely stupid! And there's the PS5 Pro. Do you have any questions? Yeah, my thoughts on that act is, I use an ad blocker. It would be interesting seeing Sony trying to push back into the mobile space. Excuse me. Handheld space. I've given my thoughts on ads 100 times. I have nothing new to add to that. One big happy lie. Where the hell am I? Is my car... My car's still here. This looks like a Ford GT. Except like a crappy version of a Ford GT. Also known as a Ford GT. See, I can't make a lot of car jokes because nobody gets those. That's right, the Master Switch is terrible, Yura. I spit upon it. Isn't even out yet, and I know it's literally Hitler. Where the... Oh, I'm going way over there.
Pack of Hearts, Colonel G1 Hart.
I mean, I've said this before, and I'll say this again. If you want to be a gamer, but can only really afford one thing, be a PC gamer. PC gaming just has an inordinate breadth and quantity of games you could play, in terms of style, in terms of quality, in terms of everything, that nothing else has. Now, if you want to be a casual person who plays games periodically,
check your radar for the location.
That's what the Xbox is for. Yeah, there's literally a portable PC now with the Steam Deck. So, yeah, no, there's actually a lot of sense making to that. Now, me, I like Nintendo games. And I like split controllers. So I'm probably going to keep going for the Switch on that front. So when the Master Switch comes out, I will be trying to buy that the day it comes out. I'll probably fail, because that's just the world we live in right now, but I will make the attempt. I should mention, by the way, I haven't really talked about this. This car sucks. The reason this car was an optional objective in that last mission is because this thing handles like ass. Like someone actually grabbed a person's butt. You remember the guy who was putting butts on his head? Yeah, this is that butt. The whole car is just that butt that was on this guy. We finally got it away from the guy, got it off of his head, and now we're just driving around in it. Once again, so a Ford GT. Oh, I will. I will punch the crap out of those people. Yeah, I guess this is technically a Mustang, but whatever. Looks like a Mustang anyways. Probably not licensed. Because screw that.
People of Korea, give no aid to the plundering armies who seek to despoil our land.
Sojima. Looking for some extra cash, eh?
You know, I still haven't heard what you want to put that donation towards Eternus. Now that you know Space Marine 2 is on the list.
Уранием очень дорогой металл, да? И они все там имеют. Все то, что мы должны сделать, это забрать.
Meine Schocks, Jory. Москва это не одобрит.
Москва! Йосеф, ты очень много волнуешься. Они 8000 миль отсюда. Какая разница, что они думают?
All right, my best friend, the mercenary. I take care of you, right? I take good care of you, and you help me out. Speaking of which, it's time for us to scratch each other's backs. Your King of Hearts heads up a garrison right on top of some rich uranium deposits. My uranium deposits. The king just doesn't know it yet. You let him know for me, right? Yosef will fill you in on the rest.
Oh, jeez, Grant. GT3?
I wonder who I could sell that uranium to. Who would want it? How the hell do you run?
Okay, so Space Marine 2. Hey. Armored Course. I had to really think about that, Jesus. And FF16. Thank you again, Eternus. God. Which one was the PS2 Gran Turismo? This is when you say, there's multiple. Okay. 4 was the one I played the most of. And I actually played a lot of 4.
I hear you. I can barely stand the guy, and I only have to deal with him in small doses.
Yeah. You know, I played a stupid amount of GT4. I liked doing the endurance races in GT4. For those of you who understand what that means. I liked the Crew one, like a lot. I never expected it to be as good as it was, but it hooked me pretty quickly. Did you see the rain? We're helping the Russians steal uranium from North Korea. Sad.
The garrison's crawling with SAMs. Taking them out would be a good idea, since you'll probably have to call in support to take down that fortified bunker.
용병이다. 죽어, 이 도라지 같은 놈.
We're managing on Falkenstein. As absolutely bizarre as it's going to sound, I feel better playing this game now that I know it's a bad game. I know that sounds strange, but I mean that with absolute sincerity. Like, just being able... It's a different mindset, you know? It's approaching it from a different angle. It's Psychonauts 1, right? I'm not here to bash the game, because there's plenty of interesting and good stuff on display. This isn't going to be like bottom 10 territory, that's ridiculous. But you can tell this was an idea game, rather than a...
Your SNS signal's being
game.
jammed.
Oh, I'm still getting used to the controls, are you kidding me? Honestly, yeah, Blade Tavol. I know people make fun of me for this, but I don't have a lot of self-confidence most of the time. And so when I run into a game that people tell me that they love, and I'm just running into issues with it, what's the first question that runs through my mind? Bingo. What's wrong with me? What am I doing wrong? How am I screwing this up? Is it just me? That is the first thing that pops into my head. There's a comfort to being able to state your own opinion and have verified that opinion, if that makes any sense. It probably doesn't. So I imagine most people don't feel that extra baggage and just give their opinion anyways.
This thing is about to blow. Ah!
경보! 공격해!
But for me, I like to have some backing and reasoning behind an opinion rather than just giving it.
돌격! 공격해!
Sorry, I don't mean that as like a brag. I mean that's just how my brain works.
Well, that's going to be good.
Regardless of reviewing. If I get some kind of, if I watch some movie that people love, or if I'm eating some food that people praise, and I'm just like, ugh, the whole time. Again, that first thought is, what's wrong with me? And we're dead. That too. There is that too. I hadn't actually thought about that, Euro. So now I've got even more stress. Thanks, Euro. God. Okay, so my lunch is almost here. I'm gonna go ahead and pause here. Come back at the lunch break.